Don't make the same.
No, Delta Run. We're starting this now. Yeah, that was the Field of Hopes and Dreams. One of my favorite songs for about this. Alright. Ladies and gentlemen, the time has hit 0 and the song is now done. You all know what that means. It's time for some fun. So let's get on with this. Live on this. Yep, I'm here. Sorry about that. Right. All right, there we go. Let's get this started. So, what is up, guys? This is Brownie of the Joy Charge Gamers, charging with joy with tonight's episode of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles 2 Resolve. If we're lucky, this could be the last episode. If not, we'll see what happens. Now, a small note to mention in advance. It was looking like it was going to be a double D&D stream for tomorrow and Monday, but it seems a bit of communication got mixed up. So tomorrow will not be a D&D game. Pokemon will start the following Sunday. So not tomorrow, but a week basically from then. So hopefully we'll have things back up then. But Monday will still be our normal session for our Monu campaign. Which means I prepared everything ahead of time for the wrong campaign. Well, I know what I gotta do tomorrow. Fun! Thank you, Heidi. Anyway, let's get down to the business of this and let's get on with this. So, the last time we were here, we started off case number 5. We now had to get Jigoku to basically take the stand for his involvement in this of extra bit. And we ended up with a lovable little moment where Sholmes and his normal partner of Mikotoba ended up being involved with a deduction. And that was so much fun. Now then, let's get on with this and let's get right into our nitty gritty. So, if anything else, hope you guys will see what's going on. No worries, Leon. I understand I'm a background noise. I understand that background noise, so that's probably all I am. But I appreciate it, dude. Thanks a lot. No worries, just... There we go. Oh. Okay. There we go. Right, let's get on with this. Let's do this thing. I got my cup, I got my thing. Let's do this thing. Alright. Right. Oh, wow. Right the bit when it matters to the music. This is ready, my lord. The prosecution is more than ready. Very well. This preamble has taken long enough. Prosecutor Asogi, begin. As you wish, my lord. The prosecution calls the first witness to the stand. Shashiri Jigoku. Right into it. literally everything on the line now in order to get to the truth. Let's rock this show. Inosuke, it's time for that steely resolve, because this is going to put your test to the limit. Ah, Jigoku. So good. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court. Huh. So it was you who issued this, was it? Miss Sabina, I did what was necessary. Well, look what the young man has become. I don't think I'd see the day when you take that tone with me, I must say. The witness will ensure his responses are pertinent to the questions asked. My name is Sashiro Jigoku, a Supreme Court judge from the Empire of Japan. 16 years ago, this man came to London as a visiting student. 6 years later, he returned to Japan. As well as presiding over the Supreme Court, he also is current Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. Of course, full aware of Mr. Jigoku and his preeminent roles. I invited him personally to the International Forensic Science Symposium as a representative of his country. I hear he also has played a key role in the conclusion of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. Ah, it was a great honor to be involved in the negotiations. Put my all into that treaty. Yep. I must ask. Well, I never fancied the young murdering student turning up here of all places. It's alright, Aeon. You acquitted me yourself. And now I'm a practicing defense lawyer. Yes, and full of self-importance like your friend across the courtroom, I see. You came here to London by invitation to the International Forensic Science Symposium. But then, without informing anyone of your plans, you took flight to France. Took flight? I'd have to object to that turn of phrase. Then explain yourself. What exactly were the circumstances? Well, I was somewhat expecting this, and I'm sorry to say I decline to comment. What? Leaving the country prematurely when I was an invited guest may be questionable etiquette. No, we just started. To this case, I can't be bound to... Fuck! Unrelated, you say? I mean... Appreciate that a respected police inspector has been killed, for which I offer my condolences. However, being an alien, I'd obviously never met the man, nor do I know the first thing about him. As such, I'm in no position to testify. It's as simple as that. So you would run from all this? I beg your pardon? This case is more far-reaching than the murder of Inspector Gregson. It has ties to another murder, a case that was tried in Japan almost a year ago. A year ago in Japan? The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson, you mean? Oh god, we're playing this part! The defense has evidence to prove it. Inosuke, I see from that law. Wait, we already gotta start this?! Ah, my eyes. Said, oh shit, we're already on it! What proof do you have that Sashiro Jigoku is involved in this case? It would be this, wouldn't it? Cause, this was found in his office. Take that! There we go, right off the bat. Easy peasy. The telegram detailing communication sent between Britain and Japan approximately 1 year ago. The communication contained 4 names: Shinasogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, and J. Wilson. Hold it! Oh! You little... Oh! Tokyo from your office, Judge Jigoku. What the fuck? Holy shit, right off the bat, a Fletch? Why is my name on that list? The list of 4 names follows a certain pattern. T. Gregson and J. Wilson are the names of victims. K. Asogi and A. Shin are the names of assassins. No! Wait, what? A year ago in Tokyo, Dr. John H. Wilson's life was taken in a Western-style restaurant in the capital. Ah, yes! Good old days! The culprit was found to be a visiting student who went by the name of Giselle Brett. Nuh-uh! Real name was Asa Shin, a professional killer sent on a mission to kill from Great Britain. A. Shin and her victim J. Wilson. And the murder that just took place here in London was the counterpart to that crime. An assassin sent from Japan, also a visiting student, Kazuma Asogi, whose victim was the British police inspector Tobias Gregson. K. Asogi and T. Gregson. One assassin from each country to kill a target residing in the other. What exactly is the defense suggesting? Murder, one that took place in Britain and one in Japan, were masterminded by a pair of individuals from each country as a form of an assassin exchange. And the telegram the defense has acquired is proof of this international contract to kill. What? But Asogi flinched. Shit. In other words, the mastermind in Japan was you. Yep, Kazuma's an assassin, and Jigoku is involved in this. And you, Kazuma? You lied. During yesterday's proceedings, you acknowledged that you'd accepted the assassination mission, but the mark wasn't Judge Jigoku at all. It was T. Gregson. Yeah, it's true. It's shown by the name of the contract. Very... oh! But actually, I didn't lie. What? The name of the target I was ordered to kill never passed my lips yesterday. The idea that Shishiro Jigoku was the mark came entirely from you. Shit! You deliberately avoided saying a name? He did that on purpose? Where are we going with this? I'm sure I speak for all the present when I say that the very idea seems utterly absurd. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what do you have to say for yourself? Could be. Says only goes to prove his guilt. There's another very important point that this new development brings to light. A distinct possibility that the scene of Inspector Gregson's actual murder was in the witness cabin of the SS Grouse. Judge Jigoku, you have to testify now. To refuse will put you in contempt of court. Yeah, like, it's a different staff. No, there's no need for quite such a vicious stare, young man. Very well then, as a parting gift to you all, I'll tell you everything I know. It seems this Japanese gentleman has information that the court must hear about the alleged assassin exchange and the events of the night of the 31st of October. Spooky, scary skeletons invading in my court. Do we have an answer? No, there's barely a retort. Testimony now. As you wish, my lord. Where are we going with this? I also love the fact, I love his badges, by the way. I love the coat buckles there. They're literally the Phoenix Wright Defense Attorney badges. Yeah. It's true that Kazuma Asogi was assigned the assassination mission 1 year ago. I don't care. The target was Inspector T. Gregson. That was a condition of the British study tour. However, in the end, something happened that meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission. On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times. If there'd been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it, so clearly I can't be involved. I think I know this one a mile away, and I think I remember it. Following departure at the point of Dunkirk, all crew members are required to assemble on the main deck at 10 p.m. to review evacuation. The drill will go 20 minutes. Crew to resume duties as the drill ends. There was a 20-minute gap. Spooky, scary skeletons, objections are their cries. These spooky sots infest our courts, judge them all tonight. We're so sorry, dear my lordy. The witness is a sin. He's surely lying beneath himself, and see that smile on his skin. Spooky, scary lawyers. I'm trying here. Political endeavor at the highest levels. Not something I can discuss here. To use such a worthy practice as foreign study to cause somebody to commit murder. It's the most appalling thing I've heard. Appalling? Well, it's easy to judge. Oh. I love the fact that it looks like his thumb is going right through the beard and going right through his head. Pardon? Nasogi had a reason for taking his sword to that British inspector, you know. Shit. Which is why he accepted the mission in the first place. Isn't that right, Council? Azuma-sama? Judge Digoku, if you are the mastermind of this operation in Japan, then tell the court the identity of your counterpart. I'm not obliged to divulge that information. And yesterday, I killed nobody. I freely admit that I accepted the mission, but on the night the plan was to be executed, I backed out. Oh! In short, this assassin exchange that the defense has identified is unrelated to the events. The crucial point is this. Your police inspector can't have perished aboard that steamship in Dunkirk. Because if he'd been shot in the cabin, it's inconceivable that a member of the crew wouldn't have heard it. That's right. Gregson was killed after returning to London in the room of Fresno Street. And the perpetrator of the crime was the Reaper, Barak Van Zeeks. The prosecution's accusation remains unchanged. I'm getting annoyed at that gavel. The instant foreign exchange program was a facade for such Machiavellian dealings. Clearly it's a plot only a government minister and a high-ranking judge such as the witness could hope to execute. Well, I seem to recall that it was someone on the British side who controlled everything. Be that as it may, it is not the place of this court to pursue this villainous assassin exchange plot. We are concerned only with the tangible events pertaining the murder of Inspector Gregson. Is the defense clear on that point, counsel? So we can't push that idea. We just have to push the idea of Gregson not being... We just have to push Gregson's opinion on there. And I think we know it instantly. At least I do. I think it's the fifth statement with the drill notice. I'm sure of it. Carries mission. Even in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times. If there'd been a shot fired, the crew would have heard it. I don't think so!
Objection!
Easy. Next. So there's the snag. Strongheart is behind this. According to Jigoku and Strongheart, you have to be a part of the government to do this. True, he's literally just signed his own death wish at that one. So unless there's someone else behind the back. Boo-ba-da-boo. This is claim. The guard wasn't there all times. What? I have here a notice of a particular event that was scheduled to take place aboard the steamship on the 31st. What? Where did you get that? Evidence gathered by Mr. Hairlock Sholmes. You were acquainted yesterday, if you remember. Hairlock Sholmes again. according to this itinerary, after leaving the port of Dunkirk at exactly 10 p.m. for a period of 20 minutes, all crewmen of the SS Grouse were to gather on deck for an evacuation drill. All crewmen were away from their posts. And during that 20-minute interval, of course, any gunshots emanating from your cabin would have been heard by no one. In summary, Judge Jigoku, you had an ample opportunity to commit the crime. No!
Objection.
God damn it, Kazuma. 20-minute window of opportunity, that's an excellent find, Ryunosuke. But it amounts to nothing. Why? Because the witness clearly stated in his testimony that no incident occurred in his cabin. Unless you have some decisive evidence that can show his testimony to be false, your accusation is nothing more than conjecture. Very true. Well, counsel? Inspector Gregson was killed in Jigoku's cabin that night, I'm certain of it. Because the defense has the evidence to prove it. Oh. Counsel? What proof do you have the victim's life was taken in Jigoku's cabin? I don't know. There's two ways I think about this. The tip of the clock? You think it's that simple? I mean, makes sense. I mean, after all, it does imply that, you know, it does imply that. So, examine it first? Yeah, good point. Might want to do that. We've already done a mark on it before. Double check it. The pocket watch you twist is at the time. The crown, I believe, sits on top of Onak's head. That's a grand name for such a tiny part. Yeah, I think you're right. Pocket watch. Yeah, let's try it. Take that!
Take that!
Just Jigoku? It is! What is that? The crown of a pocket watch? A pocket watch? And if you will observe, the victim's pocket watch, which we know he treasured, is missing precisely that part. It can't be! Moreover, this crown is a perfect fit on the spindle protruding from the victim's watch. Now the fact that this was retrieved from Jigoku's cabin... Oh, nearly knocked over my cup. As the victim's watch was certainly broken there. In other words, the victim was killed on the 31st during the 20-minute evacuation drill in the cabin occupied by you, Judge Jigoku! Well, you're razor sharp, aren't you, you young murderer?
Objection.
No! Kazuma, let it go! Let it go! We got him! We got him on one! Let him go! Spooky, scary skeletons. Not to strike. He just flipped mood. Yeah, he flipped it alright. He flipped-flopped. At first. But rather like this pocket watch, it's full of cracks. What? And I believe Judge Jigoku feels the same way. What? He's smiling. So I quit you earlier in the year. Sorry? If I'd known that it would result in anyone having to listen to this drivel, I would have declared you guilty just to spare the world your ridiculous bombast. Oh! Ouch! Yikes! I think it's clear that the witness will have to give further testimony. When you hear what actually happened in my cabin that night, you'll notice the pitfall in which you stumbled. The fact this part of the victim's watch was discovered in your cabin Means that you acknowledge he was there, I presume? Yes, I do. Very well then. You may proceed to give your formal testimony about what actually happened in your cabin aboard the ship on the evening of the 31st. Of course, as a man of the law, I have no intention of injustice. I think no. Just waiting for me when I returned to my cabin after finishing my evening meal in the dining room. When I walked through the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me. I soon took care of him with an Ippon-sei throw, though. He couldn't wait to run away after that. I imagined his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. It has nothing to do with his murder. The inspector was clearly killed having returned to Britain because his body was found in London. Ippon-sei? A common jiu-jitsu martial arts technique in my country. I was careful not to use too much force, but the man obviously landed too heavily for his watch to take. This green hood up? I imagine you can see the flaw. The fact that the pocket watch was broken in the witness's cabin is no way proves the victim's murder took place there. Shit! Yeah, it just proves it broke there. It didn't say the murder happened. Pull the trigger. Yes, because he was merely the tactician, not the Reaper's hand of death. Well, the testimony appears to make perfect sense as far as I can tell. Let me express my deep gratitude for your understanding, my lord. But if this testimony holds, Judge Jigoku would deem to have no involvement in the case! Well, counsel, I really see no reason for wasting precious court time here on a cross-examination. Sorry, my lord, the defense has a right to cross-examine, and I don't intend to squander that. You're an embarrassment to your countrymen, not knowing when you're beaten. In that case, proceed, Mr. Naruhodo. Right. It's waiting for me when I return to my cabin. I can't see anything with this. So-called guard post at your cabin door had just let your killer pass, you mean? Apparently, Gregson told the crewman he was a police inspector. Which was the truth, of course. I wouldn't have his identification with him, though. His trench coat and mustache, not to mention the bag of chips, I imagine the crewman was convinced. But the man accompanying him would have had 2 swords slung around his waist. You mean me? Who else? Yes, that's true. Who would have hoped the sight of a few swords might have set off a few alarm bells in the judge's head, in the guard's head. Point is, I left the cabin before its occupant returned. I merely disembarked the ship. Certainly, all I can tell you is that only the inspector was waiting for me when I ran back in the cabin. True. That's right. None whatsoever. When I walked through the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there foolishly waving a gun. Okay. Obviously you're talking about Inspector Gregson. Yes, though at the time I didn't know the man's name. There was no time for introductions. I value my life over manners. By which you mean that the inspector was there to assassinate you, I suppose? That was certainly the impression given by the gun in my direction. As in the muzzle of a revolver I've taken so much in my life. That was a chuckle. I think the man had never shot somebody before. Believe it or not, most of us haven't. Anyway, there was no time to call for help of the crewman at the door, so I dealt with the man myself. I soon took care of him with the Ippon-sei throw, though I couldn't wait to run away after that.
Hold it!
The gun? That was a very brave move, wasn't it? My Ippon-sei is far faster than a bullet, I can assure you. But surely all that commotion caused the crewman to come in, didn't it?
Yes, of course. He burst in immediately without knocking. The inspector hurled himself at the stocky fellow and just managed to slip past him to make his escape.
The outstanding guard does it again.
Luckily, there aren't any situations I can't get out with a quick ippon throw. His watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. Nothing to do with this murder.
Hold it!
The crown snapped off and the glass covering the face of the watch was cracked.
Preferably to the man's head being pulled off or his spine cracking, wouldn't you say?
Not that the man was spared for long. A bullet to the chest soon saw to that. But the point is, the broken pocket watch doesn't prove that a murder took place. No, it doesn't, but...
Absolutely not! All the watch proves is the power of my jujitsu throw!
As I say, it doesn't quite ring true that no shot was fired in the cabin. There's an obvious bullet hole in the wall.
What are you talking about? That's what the star of your lowbrow detective stories told you, is it? Well, I don't care for such fiction. Haven't you worked it out yet, you little stripling? No murder took place in my cabin. The inspector was clearly killed, having returned to Britain because his body was found in London.
Hold it!
Returned to London alive.
Just take a moment to think that idea of yours now, stripling.
What?
If the inspector was killed on the steamship in France, how on earth could he have got back to Britain? When people die, their bodies remain at that same spot. It's a devil of a thing.
Well, then obviously the culprit must have moved the body.
How exactly? Carrying a corpse off a ship in your arms would raise a few eyebrows at least, don't you think?
Well, yeah. I think I know. Hang on. All passenger luggage is inspected and loaded from arriving vessels.
No, it's not!
He's a member of the parliament! No, listen! He was part of the parliament thing! Didn't it state that as a member of the law, he didn't have his luggage checked? He could have snuck it in his luggage! Please tell me. Yeah, border police. Yeah, I knew it. Yeah, they didn't do a fucking thing. Taking place aboard the ship, you imagine the body would have been disposed. Yes, exactly. Yeah, come on. There's our way. That has to be it. Caught by attempting to transport the body back to Britain. Ugh. That's killed that idea then. But perhaps not, Mr. Sado. We've heard that the first-class passengers were under some constant scrutiny by the crewmen posted at the guard den, which would mean that the culprit had no opportunity to dispose of the body in the sea. That's true. So transporting the body to Britain may have been the only viable alternative.
Dear me, you really are new to this, aren't you? I thought I'd been perfectly clear, but it seems I'm going to have to explain it in words you can understand. I think I ought to alter my testimony, with your consent, of course, my lord. I have no objection. State your amended testimony now. There's no possible way I could have transported the victim's corpse back to Britain.
Ah, this has to be it. This has to be it, but how do we prove it? Nothing in this first part's really gonna help, I don't... Wait! The trunk there is Gregson's trunk. Wait! Shigoku's! It's got to be either Gregson's particular trunk, or it's got to be this, right? It's one of these two. It's got to be this.
Objection!
Aha! There's the proof. You could have moved Inspector Gregson's body, you say. Yeah, you got it. And you there, see? Yeah, see? I be smart. I figured something out. I remembered something.
And what's that supposed to mean?
Being impossible for you to do. I call that rigor mortis while trapped in the case. Yes! Dude, what are you talking about, Ryunosuke? As well as being a judge, Mr. Jigoku is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. Which means he's exempt from having his luggage searched when he enters the country. We learned that when we first met upon your arrival in London. Well, all those passport checks and luggage searches at the border took rather a lot of time. I must say, I'm rather envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you?
Oh, I knew you were jealous.
So that basically means... Are you telling me that trunk when we saw it, and the photograph, Gregson was already in it? However, we took in the foyer of the hotel to mark the occasion. As the court will note, you have with you your large travel trunk. Large enough, in fact, to have a corpse inside! Surely you're not suggesting... I think I am, too! 3 days ago, when we were chatting innocently with the new arrivals from Japan in the hotel, the body of Inspector Gregson was just meters away from us inside Jigoku's trunk! That got him!
Order in the court!
I'm skeptical, Counsel. A grown man's body could fit inside even the largest travel trunk. It could. Because I happen to know that the witness himself, a man of considerable size, fits inside the trunk. That's true. And verifying that would be extremely simple. Wouldn't it, Judge Jigoku? But inside his trunk was how horrifying. And after we'd spoken with you at the Great Waterloo Hotel, you had the opportunity to visit the apparent scene on Fresno Street, taking your trunk with you in a cab to deposit the inspector's body.
I don't have to listen to this nonsense!
Gora, the coroner who examined the bodies confirmed the possibility. Acknowledged there are signs that steps may have been taken to disguise the true time of death. The onset of the body's decomposition could have been delayed by storing it in a refrigerator.
Counsel, as I remember explaining yesterday, refrigerators of the requisite size are few and far between.
Yes, I'm sure they are, but one place they're certainly found.
Ocean liners.
Such ships are equipped with electrical refrigerated cold rooms to keep food fresh on the long sea voyages, and the SS Grouse is no exception. Professor Mikotoba told me about it only yesterday. Well, Judge Jigoku? He's not as flinched, but he's looking stuffed. However much you prolong this debate, you can't eliminate the truth. All the evidence points to you being the killer.
Well, this is all very heartening.
I can see that it was a wise move, letting Asogi and you embark on a study tour. What are you talking about now? Now what?
Logical reasoning, of course. All court proceedings will be built on logical reasoning in the new century. And I can see that you've both laid firm foundations for that already.
Huh? You stop diverting attention from the issue at hand. How do you respond?
Respond? There's really no need for me to respond, is there?
Why ever not? Yeah, I don't know about this.
Begin to answer the question of when the victim was killed, you must first establish one key fact. Where was the victim killed? It's quite logical.
The actual scene of the crime. Each instance is unaltered. The killing took place on Fresno Street when the gun sheet... Yeah, because all we confirmed he was there, but we haven't still confirmed that the crime happened. We just confirmed he was there. That's all we've done.
I'm afraid that's how the logical reason the British are known for really works, young stripling.
The victim was shot in that little room on Fresno Street and died instantly. I'm afraid it's the prosecution's claim that's the only one, that's the one fair tale here. Fairy tale.
How can you say that?
Quite simple. Because that claim directly contradicts a certain piece of evidence in our possession.
Very tantalizing, counsel. I think you had better explain yourself to the court, don't you?
The prosecution claims that Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot at the scene on Fresno Street. Evidence clearly contradicts that. So... died instantly. Autopsy report, an accurate estimation, let's see. Shot in the chest at close range from the front result, scorch marks at entry of the point, the bullet. Yeah. May have been taken to disguise. Wait, that was, wait, look. The caliber of the gun user matches that of standard issue firearms for members of the judiciary. So... killed at Fresno. Let's see, killed at Fresno. The trunk, that's the blood. This one's tough. Hold on, what do we have to probably get? Claims the Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot at the scene of Fresno Street. Hold on. Aeon made a point about something. Rigor mortis. Could it? Let's try it. I think it is the rigor mortis! Aeon, I think you might be right! Aeon, I think might have had it! The posture of the body! Curled up! Aeon, I think you were right! I just did that on a whim. I was like, maybe the scene of the crime might have something. Then we'll try autopsy. Shot in that room, it's out of the question his body would have been curled up in a ball. Yeah, because, if he was killed on the spot, he would have been like that, rather than curled up.
Objection.
I feel like someone note this down. Doesn't happen if it slump over. Yeah. Yes, you were right, Aeon.
He's flawed. He could easily have adopted the fatal position due to the pain of the shot.
Objection.
Disappoint you, Goku, but it's your logic that's flawed.
What?
According to the autopsy report, the victim died instantly. Ah! There we go. That confirms it back to you, Cot, about the autopsy report. So, there we go. In a way, it was about correct. Just, we needed to prove the other bit first. Position. Oh! Which begs the question of why the victim's body is curled up in that way. Though the answer should be abundantly clear by now.
You're suggesting...
Posture ahead of its arrival at Fresno Street before it was coldly turned out on the floor from the inside of a large travel trunk. No! You're quite right. The shape of the body is actually being kept in a confined space. I believe it's very possible it contained traces of the victim's blood. Ah! Oh! That was a shake.
Who? Present my trunk? I refuse!
What? On what grounds? Where are we going with this?
I'm the Minister of Foreign Affairs for the Empire of Japan! I shouldn't have to put up with this treatment just because of some stripling's baseless accusations!
In other words, Judge Jigoku, there's blood in your trunk.
I decline to answer that! Minister of Foreign Affairs, I have privileges to...
Objection.
No, I don't think so anymore. Government Minister, you are a witness in a trial of Britain's highest court. I don't care who you are or what your status outside the courtroom might be, you will not withhold information. Not now, you won't!
No. Ah!
I think we've got an answer. What's it to be, Jigoku?
Can't be serious. You did it?
You're telling me that does it?
Have you no shame at all, Kazuma Sogi? What? Very well, I admit it. I did bring the... Inside my trunk, exactly postulated by the defense.
We got him?
Dear God, outrageous!
You admit... No, he just admit he's...
No, I admit to nothing more than what I've said.
So he's admitting he's an accomplice.
Of killing the man, I certainly am.
Yeah, he's collaborated. But not the one who, so to say, pulled the trigger.
I merely disposed of the inspector's body, which was left in my cabin, in order to avoid any unwanted attention. As the judicial assistant over there pointed out, I had no chance to throw it in the ocean.
Hey, Dale, good to see you. We're questioning the judge. We found out the judge was the collaborator. You can't still deny it. If you didn't do it, then who on earth did kill the man?
As you know, there was one other person in my cabin that night. You have the opportunity. And I got messaged. I'm being pestered.
He's paying for his life.
Kazuma!
He's gonna accuse Kazuma, isn't he? Yep, thought so. He's gonna put this on Kazuma now.
You?
Where are we going with this now?
We stooped to this, Sashiro Jigoku. You've taken the words straight out of my mouth, Prosecutor Kazuma Sogi. You thought by leaving the body in my cabin you could pin the crime on me, did you?
Oh, hello to the friend. Hello, the friend. I'm the nut job who's with this one. Dell, I love you. Please don't kill me. It should.
The prosecution counsel has already admitted to visiting the witness's cabin on the night in question. On an assassination mission, no less. You wouldn't! So, what do you make of that, young stripling?
You heard my testimony now.
That's all I have to say on the matter. I'll admit to nothing more!
So he's trying to... He couldn't do... Kazuma's evidence he couldn't do it. Unless there's another way around it. The assertion on the night in question...
We actually can't. There's no jury. We can't do a summation.
Well, I gotta prove it. This isn't a dead end, it seems. The answer's right in front of me. It comes down to Jigoku or Kazuma. Both of them had the opportunity to kill Gregson, but only one of them did it. And I'm just a step away from proving who. Very well, the defense is ready to respond to the assertion put forward by Jigoku. The idea that the victim's murder could have been committed by Sogi. So, committed by a Sogi. Okay, let's make sure we get this right. So we're trying to prove either he did do it or didn't do it. So that proves it was just ordered. Sogi had no gun. True. Move to photo. No, Sogi papers. Those aren't going to do anything. Gregson had a gun. It doesn't matter how a gun's given. Any gun is a gun. You call it a turd, it's still a turd. Passport. No. Following departure, critical members are required to assemble main deck. 10 p.m. Evacuation. Crew to resume duties as soon as the drill is over. Telegraph in Japan. That's the blade. I don't think the blade's going to do anything. The itinerary. Didn't it mention Kazuma? I don't know. Passport. Automatically upon. You're right! You're right! He left as soon as it happened, so maybe the itinerary? Let's try it. So, that would make it impossible. It would make it impossible that he did it. Something you said only a few minutes ago. You claimed the logical reasoning is the future of the judicial process.
It is, no question.
Well, oh no, I'm sort of seeing something, because Kazuma did say he was going for it, but he bottled it. Namely, that it would have been impossible for Asogi to commit the crime.
What? The court will only accept an argument supported by compelling evidence. So present what you have, counsel. What proof is the alleged demonstrates the possibility of Asogi's involvement? It's gotta be this.
Right? Let's see. Passport, permission for the applicant and one additional person to travel, but he bottled it. So... Let's just double check it's nothing else. But, well, it's got to be something that was there at the scene, though. So it's got to be this, right? I think so.
Take that!
Oh, there we go. This is conclusive proof.
An itinerary? How does that prove anything?
Oh, that was it, though. The moment you acknowledged that you found the victim's body in your cabin, this itinerary suddenly became much more significant. Yeah, because he crunched it up! He crunched it up, didn't he? On the night in question, as always, a crewman sentry was on guard inside your cabin door. As long as he was there, nobody could have fired a shot inside the cabin. Absolutely, because it's inconceivable the guard would have heard it and come to investigate. So that tells us that the crime must have taken when the guard was elsewhere. And that narrows it down to the 20 minutes just after 10 o'clock as indicated in the itinerary. So back to the gap again. 4, But the crucial point is this. When the evacuation drill took place, the steamship had already put to sea from the port of Dunkirk. Ah! Now, clearly the murder could only have committed by somebody who was aboard the vessel at the time. But Prosecutor Asogi said in yesterday's proceedings that he didn't board to take anyone's life. So I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. I spent that night at a boarding house in the town and returned to England. And the signature at the boarding house proved it! Which I'm sure the court will agree is conclusive proof that Kazuma Asogi couldn't have committed the killing! Ah! Hold it! Ooh! No, absolutely not. I don't accept that at all. What do you mean? The boy's just saying that to exonerate himself. We can't trust that he really disembarked the vessel. Obviously, after he left my cabin, he hid himself somewhere nearby on the ship. No, signature at the house.
Objection.
Signature at the house. Dee mentioned it. Isn't it, Kazuma? As the defense rightfully recalls, I disembarked the vessel and spent the night in a boarding house in Dunkirk. And as I said yesterday, I signed my name in the accommodations register book. All extremely easy to verify and undeniable proof. Ah! No, There's no escape this time. You can forget that you're a judge or a government minister. It's time you gave the court an honest answer as a common man. Have we got a break? You killed Inspector Tobias Gregson and transported his corpse back to Britain. Then you dumped the body in the room on Fresno Street and made it look as if the murder happened there. That's what really happened, isn't it, Sashiru Jigoku? It was a damn trial 10 years ago. We've actually got a break! Oh. Right now, my fate was decided that day. I was doomed already. And there goes the witness stand. Completely. It's over. My life is over. Shit. Yeah, Pete Don broke it again. I hope they got another one. A British assassin is to eliminate a professor in Japan, a Japanese assassin to eliminate a detective in Britain. Both assassins will use diplomatic immunity. I couldn't resist the diplomatic immunity. Who messaged me? Oh. Hi, Roselli. There we go. To their homelands. The assassin exchange request arrived from Britain about 1 year ago. Though it was hardly a request, it was a demand. And for that, you decided to recruit Mr. Asogi. But things didn't go according to plan. Your chosen assassin never made it to Britain. Found yourself unable to dispatch a replacement. Because I was already on my way to Britain at that time in Kazuma's place. And that left me with one only option to carrying out my obligation. To eliminate the mark myself, personally. Of course, there was but a single opportunity for me to do that. The International Forensic Science Symponism, I presume? That's right. I decided it would be safest to carry out the plan before my arrival in Britain. So I enlisted the help of my British counterpart. The paper reaches into Dunkirk. Ugh! To lure the man in, he was given a sham mission by the Reaper. What? The Reaper? But there's only one person who could have done that. The mastermind of the entire operation. The Reaper himself. We're still having him connected. This is how they connect Sikhs still. Assassin exchange was all planned by the Reaper? I'm not at liberty to say anything about my British counterpart.
Anyway, the inspector accepted the Reaper's mission and dutifully infiltrated my cabin on the steamship. But it was all a trap designed to lead him to France and his own death. How awful. Jeez. It was past 9 o'clock when I returned to my cabin from the dining hall that evening. I didn't give him time to attack me. I choked him until he lost consciousness. But there was a guard just outside the door, so I left it at that for the time being. Even the slightest noise might have aroused suspicion, so I bided my time, waiting for the 20 minutes after 10 o'clock. So he killed him before the 20 minutes! Tended to finish him by strangulation, but moments before I had the chance, he suddenly came around and went for me in a reckless move.
And there's the shot.
I'd received the British issue gun 16 years earlier, being a member of the Judiciary as a visiting student. I never imagined I'd have to use it for something like that.
So the revolver belongs to you. So the gun at the scene is Goku's. Then the victim was killed inside your cabin on the SS Grouse, which begs the question of why you arranged for his body to be discovered in the room on Fresno Street.
The young judicial assistant over there has already answered that question.
No way I could take the body up on Texas all the time. Only if he was a member of the Judiciary back then. He wasn't.
Before the first-class cabin sentries returned, I took the corpse to the refrigerator room.
Yeah, that's what we're finding out. Dover, you concealed the body in your trunk to smuggle it past the border police.
I knew I needed to take steps if the police were to be convinced when the body was found in London.
In that case, you must have known. You must have intimate details of Inspector Gregson's intended schedule.
Yes, my brief. Need to know. The inspector was due at Fresno Street at 5 o'clock that afternoon, in order to meet a man by the name of Hugh Boone, from whom he would take Peggy's police identification. I decided that man would be the perfect person to set up as the culprit, so I took a hackney carriage over there with the body still in my trunk.
That must have been just after we took this photograph of you at the hotel, then.
Yes, I wasn't expecting a welcoming committee. I was more than a little nervous. On Fresno Street, I spotted a young girl selling little firecrackers.
Miss Venus.
I conceived of the candle trick there and then, so I donned a simple disguise and approached the girl to buy enough firecrackers to replicate a gunshot.
Well, that explains the missing part.
For some reason, the inspector had a bright red hairpiece in his own traveling case.
Jigoku put on... Inspector drew more attention to it. He put on a red wig! So the red wig was donned by him! Inspector had it for the Redhead League.
I only arrived at that room around 4:45. I quickly placed the body on the floor, moved the notice board, and set up my little candle trick. I arranged it so the firecrackers would go off with a bang around 15 minutes later.
I wouldn't mind that.
Walk into the trap.
So Jigoku was gonna pin it on Boone, so that means it was gonna be on the husband.
Careless blunder.
What was that? I imagine it was the bag of fish and chips.
Ah! I didn't notice it had fallen out of his overcoat pocket when I moved the body to the refrigerator room. I put it back in his pocket the following morning, but... well, it seems the warmth of the heated cabin had accelerated the decay of the fish.
So he got rumbled by fish and chips. Point one!
As it all went boom. Anyway, that's everything. All the sordid details of what I did.
think we got him.
I've heard enough. We've arrived at the truth about the murder of one of the country's most capable and respected police inspectors. The witness will be tried in the coming days. For a crime of such a vile nature, you can expect the most severe penalty.
An exchange of assassins. What a foolhardy idea. One last detail. Who was your counterpart in Britain? Who was the mastermind behind the assassin exchange? Nothing you say now can make matters worse for you, so tell us. Yeah, do so.
Enough!
Good lord, this guy's temper's worse than me.
I told you that I cannot say.
Even though as things stand, you may very well never set foot in your homeland again. What are you waiting for? Can we get this over with now?
It's finished, all of it.
Oh.
I'm finished.
Jigoku.
And in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I now pronounce the findings of this court. This man before us had admitted to the willful murder of Tobias Gregson.
Does he not? Oh!
Jigoku, it's the opinion of this court that you should be found guilty. And may I remind all those present of the strict confidentiality demanded by this closed court.
We got him.
Moments ago, Mr. Jigoku signed a written confession, admitting to the murder of Inspector Gregson and the subsequent conveyance of the body. In short, the defendant's innocence has therefore been established behind doubt.
Yeah. Whew. Thank you? Is something wrong? I'm just a little troubled by his silence.
Kazuma, you got another fucking trick, haven't you? Those mysteries, however, insofar as the indictment present to defendant in this trial, we've reached a conclusion. I have every intention of pursuing both mysteries as a prosecutor. As you wish. Now for the formal adjudication. I hereby declare the defendant Barak Van Zieks.
Objection.
There we go. I was waiting for it. There you are, Kazuma. Adjudication to be deferred?
Counsel?
Yep. The accused innocent hasn't been fully established at all, and therefore it would be wrong to deliver a verdict at this time.
What? So what's left? Nevertheless,
Barak Van Zieks has committed crimes for which he must be...
well, it would appear you have information the court needs to hear. Yeah, you've got something.
Certainly the murder of Inspector Gregson was actually carried out by Sashiro Jigoku, but it's clear from the witness's testimony that he was coerced into complying with the plot.
Yeah, we gathered that bit.
It's assassin exchange. Maybe true, but what I know is who coerced Jigoku? Who was pulling the strings?
Kazuma's still going this route. To be murdered. In other words,
The mastermind behind the assassin exchange is someone in a position to give such an order. As we've already established, the Reaper himself.
well, certainly, that would appear to follow.
The prosecution informed me...
Oh, god damn it! Not again! damn it.
This long-standing mystery, Council. Are you suggesting you have some new information on which you could build a case? Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, it depends. It claim he's the Reaper. Because the circumstances have now changed. What do you mean? It's already been established that the assassin exchange was negotiated with Jugoku by the Reaper himself. Which means we now have a new line of questioning by which to define Divinity Man's identity. That is the prosecution's intention here. I must say I'm surprised by quite how tenacious you appear to want to bespeak my name. Besmirch. You are guilty of an unforgivable crime, Lord Van Six. I will bring you to justice for it, whatever it takes! Explains Casimir's silence. He was waiting for the right opportunity to strike! Well, then, was this extremely irregular? I will on this occasion grant the prosecution further opportunity for witness testimony. Looks like we're not over yet. God damn it, Casimir! He did his own jurisdiction! Only with the judge! I hereby declare this court to be in session for a supplementary hearing. Oh, there we go again. Here we go again. Pray turn a blind eye to this discourtesy as I verify this violent and ruminating accusation hasn't soured the contents of my hollow chalice. As strong-hearted as the bad guy, having Barak be the Reaper makes him scot-free. I don't know where we're going with this. It was 10 years ago now, and ever since that time, I've endured the weight of implied guilt that's gone with it. So I welcome the chance to testify now and crush those allegations once and for all. He's gonna do it to try stop the name. And just as decide, Lord Van Seeks, the prosecution seeks to begin building its case by calling the accused to the stand as the witness, that he may answer the accusation brought by the prosecution that he's the Reaper of the Bailey. And what says the defense? Men in the witness stand can be extremely dangerous. Because we're so emotional at the moment, he's not thinking logically. Yeah, why has he not got a broken glove? I might arise as a lawyer and as his friend. It's what we must do. Defense says no objection, my lord. Very well. Defendant, you will take the witness's stand and give formal testimony on the subject of your involvement with the Reaper. I also just realized they built the thing back up. They built the stand back up, or did they move it? They did one or the other. Are you telling me they built it in the short time they had? I've never taken the life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Gregson's involvement. That's the reason why I went to Fresno Street that day, and how I came to discover the body. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. No, 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 no! No, 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 no! Oh, no! You are not fooling me now! You are not fooling me! This is the trend. Yes. I think that's it. Maybe being behind the assassin exchange. I don't know, maybe? It's the only accusation thing I can think of. Most of the public at large believe me to be the Reaper. However, that's a fallacy which I alone am in a position to forswear.
Naturally, the prosecution believes the testimony just given the accused to be untrue. Yunosuke Naruhodo? Let me ask you, why are you here? What really brings you to this courtroom?
Oh, god damn it! We're doing this stick already!
Desire to uncover the truth, even if the truth proves your client to be guilty.
Ah, here we go. Here we go. Justice for all!
So in this courtroom, I've come to realize something. The truth can't be hidden. Sooner or later, it will come out. So it's always my intention to work with my client in pursuit of the truth. I want you to remember what you just said.
He knows. Itinerary Chapter, counsel for the defense of accused examination. Wait, was that a smirk? Wait, did he smirk?
You commit.
Was there a smirk? I missed that one. Oh my god, I missed that. How did I miss that? I'm gonna have to look back over this.
Never taken the life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill.
I'm pretty sure the connection is the autopsy report. I'm sure of it. And between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson, I am sure of this. I am fairly certain.
Objection.
There we go. There we go. Do-ba-da-do. I knew it.
So, on the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zeeks.
What? My brother's autopsy? Yeah, think of it this way. Gregson was the one involved, I believe.
I'm pleased to see the defense doesn't intend to run from this.
Because wasn't Gregson the one who... No, it was Iris who hit it.
Can't remember what Gregson's involved with, but I know there was the common trend with Sykes and Thing.
Pushed the orders.
Autopsy. You're right, he was the one who pushed it. He's the one who said do it for the... He was the one who did it.
Yeah. He was the one who pushed it. He said, we're the one... Yeah, he said, please push this, because he's the one who helped to did it. That's it. Thank you for reminding me, God. Yeah, counsel?
This autopsy report of the professor's final victim is an undeniable link between Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson, and the defendant.
Not that accursed name again. The professor.
I've personally researched all the court records relating to that case. I know that at the time, autopsy was considered sacrilege to the victim's souls. And for a member of the aristocracy like Lord Clint Van Zeeks, it was unforgivable.
Check General, what have you found?
Oh, was that the smirk? Did you find the smirk? Did I miss a smirk? I gotta see this. I'm looking at this briefly in the General. Just very quickly. Wait, was that a smirk? Is that a genuine smirk I'm looking? No, I don't think that was a smirk. I think that was his stoic expression.
Once we find the stoic expression again. No, I thought so.
Yeah, that was his stoic expression.
Sorry,
Yeah, no worries, I understand.
As
promised by Gregson, the autopsy did indeed produce the evidence. Evidence that conclusively proved Shinasogi was guilty of the murders. All is remaining strength to leave that vital clue behind. Indeed, that was the key to indicating the professor for his crimes, and the conclusive evidence that convicted him enabled Lord Van Zieks here to avenge his brother's senseless death with a marvelous victory in court. Zieks. A marvelous victory, was it? Oh, I wonder if that's really true. What? Oh, could the same be said if it turned out that the key piece of evidence in question wasn't... What?! If the inspector, the coroner, and the prosecutor all colluded together to cast an innocent Oh no! Oh my god! Kazuma, no! Kazuma's set on this! He's absolutely blinded with this! Is he gonna put it for this? Britain, using the two killers recruited... Oh, god damn it, Kazuma! What are you doing? Order at once! As it goes, my father was convicted in this very courtroom as a mass murderer. It was all a sham. Wait, is he going so hot? Which is why I had to come to Britain. Whatever the cost! Oh! Then let me cost you this glass of wine. You'll have to forgive me if I feel compelled to toast this vengeful Nipponese's tenacity of purpose here. You're right, he was! He who fails to question the emotions of the court has failed as a lawyer. Gosh, you're claiming your father was misrepresented in a trial that took place a whole decade ago. See that without evidence, that's nothing more than a wild accusation. As it happened. Oh. What? The court has heard I crossed the channel to France with Gregson on the 31st. Went with him on the pretext of being the assassin recruit to kill Jigoku. So he was definitely going to do that. My true intentions were to make the inspector tell me the truth. What truth? The truth about the evidence, and he acknowledged what he had already deduced. There's a closely guarded secret about what went on in the autopsy 10 years ago. What? A secret? I know nothing of any secrets! While we waited for my supposed mark in Jigoku's cabin, I drew my clan's illustration sword Kuruma before the inspector's eyes. He very quickly understood what my true motive was. Right, I see. You're that Asogi's young lad, are you? And what? You're gonna cut me down with that thing, is that it? That will very much depend on the answers you give me to my questions. I want to know what really happened 10 years ago. The truth. That's all. Before we get into it, let me make one thing clear. I still believe your father was the professor, there's no doubt in my mind. But unfortunately back then, we didn't have the evidence we needed to make the crime stick. So, you admit it then? The evidence used in my father's trial was fabricated? Gregson, no. Don't ruin what shred you've got left. No. No. No! Gregson, no! I was just following orders. Orders? What exactly did you do? Speak! I'm not saying another word. Even if your life depends on it. That's right. Yeah, loyal to a T in his country, you're right.
Kazuma-sama, if the results of Clint Van Zeek's autopsy were fabricated, then the investigating officer Gregson and the lead coroner Wilson must have known about it. And they can only have been ordered to pervert the course of justice in this way by one man, the Reaper. As for the prosecution, Barrett Van Zeeks. Well, if the defendant did have cause to organize the exchange of the assassins, fuck! That explains the connection. For himself, Leonace to Joku and jeez. So it follows that the Reaper's true identity can only be that of the who's because the court. Oh! Kazuma.
Objection!
Shinasogi. What you just told the court, are you absolutely certain of your facts? Did Gregson really fabricate evidence for that trial 10 years ago? Heard it with my own ears. His shameful admission. In that case, I know. The name of the... Oh shit. We're going into this. This has to be Strongheart. This has to be Strongheart. This has to be Strongheart. Not for certain. It's gotta be Strongheart. It only comes down because I think Kotlow stated it. Strongheart was the former prosecutor of that case. Behind all this, then yes, there's only one other person who could have done something like that. I believe I know who it is too. You? I just had a feeling this name was going to come up. The true identity of the infamous Reaper of the Bailey is... everyone... Lox Holmes. I mean, it could be, but no. It's gotta be the only other person who was the former prosecutor. Accuse the judge, who would declare him guilty. True. It's gotta be this. This is about to get fun. Take that!
Take that!
The only person who could have arranged the assassin exchange and manipulated the autopsy reports is the Lord Chief Justice himself, Lord Mayor Strongheart. What? Lord Strongheart? We did one, Judge. Let's do another. Let's go for 2 for 2. Handled the prosecution of the process, but he only took over the case after his brother, Lord Clint Van Sykes, had been killed. I can only assume that this is the most inappropriate joke in British judicial history. Well, Lord Van Zeeks, 10 years ago, I was very new to my profession, but I had a burning desire to avenge my brother's death, so I pleaded for control of the case. So Kazuma wasn't implying Strongheart to begin with. He generally still said Zeeks. All the evidence I was given, the autopsy reports, it all came from you. I've spent my life since then believing I was in your debt for the way you stood aside and let me handle the trial. But I see now. I was very much mistaken. Hugely influential force that caused the inspector and the coroner to break the law 10 years ago. I was inside the world by Shishiro Jigoku. Everything falls into place when we recognize that you are the Reaper of the Bailey! Oh boy. Who? The court awaits your response, my lord. This may very well go down in British judicial history, but I assure you, it is no joke. Consider this a formal accusal by the defense. Oh, it's strong. Is Zeeks with us?
formal accusal? Don't be absurd. The defense claims are utter nonsense, a wild fantasy at best. Defend yourself? You claim there was some wrongdoing with Lord Clint Van Ziek's autopsy? That's utterly untrue.
Objection.
From Gregson's own lips, he admitted it! And where is your evidence? There it is. That's the statement. Say, yeah, it's fine to say you got it from someone, but, you know. I forget how the system works in your little backwater country. But in the courts of British Empire, without evidence, there's no case. Oh! That was a desk slam! Ah! I think we might. Death as well. There's really no one left who could testify the evidence of 10 years ago. So that was the real purpose of the assassination. He did it, yeah, he did it to shut them up. He did it to shut them up, so there was no way. So in other words, yeah. Wait, Mikatoba, you're right! Oh, Lord. Defense's category denied. I take it there are no objections. Waited his whole life for this moment. Is there really nothing else we can do now? Is there no other avenue we can go in pursuit of the truth about what happened all those years ago? There was someone who could testify about Clint Van Ziek's autopsy. There is one. Alright, to Japan and Joe was the silent. Dr. Scythe won't say anything against Strongheart. But there's still one ray of hope.
Objection.
Go, Ryunosuke! Listen, one person who could still testify about the autopsy. Don't be ridiculous, there's no one left! Who, Ryunosuke, who? Tell me! Kazuma, please, this trial can't end. Not yet! I'm not doing this for you. Ooh! Doing it for the truth. The defense would like to call to the stand and testify is... Eugene Mikatoba! Take that!
Take that!
And that was another Japanese. An expert in forensic medicine, my lord. Professor Eugene Mikatoba. 16 years ago, he came to London with Sashiro Jigoku Anjin Shinasogi, a visiting student. And what could his testimony tell us? Mikatoba was the primary assistant during the autopsy in question. The person who actually penned the report. Incorrect! The autopsy was carried out by the coroner, Dr. Wilson! The report carries his signature! Prime Assistant's duty to keep written record of the coroner's work during the procedure. In actual fact, the coroner merely read over the report, then signed it. In other words, Professor Mikatoba witnessed the entire autopsy. Ugh. At this point, maybe. What really happened in that autopsy that was over 10 years ago is something only he can tell us. What? But why? Strongheart's no intention of summoning anyone who knows. He's doing this to cover his tracks. That's the reason he took the role of the judge! So he could blummin' stop it! That's the reason he knew! And my guess is he knows about Mikatoba, and he's going to bloody try to do something to Mikatoba after this! Ended up being the Reaper and the Mastermind and the Assassin. I did, yes. So present your evidence for those claims and make your case complete. This time, I don't have enough evidence, but that's exactly why we need the witness testimony. Oh! Argument today. You to be possessed by the spirit of your late homicidal father. Now, as I stated earlier, this court has already reached a conclusion with respect to the matter at hand. Shit! Court Jigoku, and for any hidden circumstances that may exist, they will be investigated due course by the proper authorities.
Objection.
What will happen? Just give the mastermind of the whole venture time to cover his tracks again. By which you mean me? No. Your punishment for this contemporary behavior will be decided at a later date. As for you, Prosecutor Asogi, you will be remanded following these proceedings. Willingly, I trust, since you gave your word. This futile game of revenge is over. Young Master Asogi. Kazuma. Hold it! Who? What? Sholmes! Sholmes! This is no place for amateur detection, Mr. Sholmes. May I remind you that these proceedings are closed to the general public? You will leave the quorum at once.
Objection.
Mr. Sholmes was instrumental in the apprehension of Sashiro Jigoku before he fled from Europe. The court should hear what he has to say. You can't deny that. Lord Mayor's strong heart, it's imperative that you refrain from bringing this trial to an end at this stage. Is it really? And why would that be? You need to recall your own words from the opening of the trial to answer that question, if I may. We will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Surely it can't be that the shock of being accused of being the Reaper yourself has erased that from your memory, can it? Oh! The whole truth, sir, has already been uncovered! It seems that we have a great many important members of the Judicate present here today. I put it to you, my dear fellows, should the trial end at this juncture? After all, why have you been invited to attend? To nod along to the profligate— Oh! Sholmes! Sholmes, you asshole! Order in the court! It seems to me that we stand before a door that leads to a new era of legal practices. A door that is ajar. Let us emerge from the shadows of the Reaper's decade-long ascendancy. For you and you alone, my dear fellows, have the power to push this door open now! The audiences in the gallery have no right to express an opinion on court proceedings. Silence! Hey, oh, go on, Sholmes! Things occurring behind the scenes. Go on, Sholmes! Unbelievable! I should go on. Summon the witness. Yes! Yes, 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 yes! Kazuma! It's present that you would uncover the whole truth here. The whole truth, and nothing but the truth, in foundation of British law. Oh, a toast to my dependable colleagues in the gallery. Well, my lord, you hear the voice of British justice, I take it? I think you'll find it will be rather awkward to silence. The court will recess briefly. I have no intention of shrinking from these allegations.
Yep.
Bailiff, arrange for the subpoena of the witness at once. As soon as the gentleman arrives at the courthouse, we shall reconvene.
A recess won't be necessary.
Sholmes brought him!
Mikotoba is a close friend of mine. He accompanied me today and is waiting in the antechamber as we speak. I do believe he's been enjoying the little trip down memory lane, in fact.
What? Professor Mikotoba's here in the courthouse?
You didn't know this would happen, did you? My dear fellow, no one is in a better position to answer that question than you, surely. I wasn't just asking for the fun of it, you know? Who plays the judge?
It's in the matter, Mr. Sholmes. However, you are no further use here. Kindly leave the courtroom at once.
But of course, in truth, I find myself rather busy now as a result of these developments. Mr. Naruhodo? Yes! I trust you have Iris's little lucky charm with you.
Oh, the rabbit!
My pocket. She sends her regards, and as a reminder, if you find yourself at a dead end, the ears are at your disposal. Just one tug, if you please.
Oh, come on, can't we pull his ear off again? That's a good question. Bailiff, shall the witness to the stand!
Here we go! It's the spooky month! Hey everybody, it's October! It's the spooky month! Exactly is this trial going to take me, I wonder? How deep am I about to be plunged in the blackness of the abyss? Well, I'm ready. I think we all are. I'm ready to head into the heart of this maelstrom and confront whatever horrors it drives me down under. I happen to know this is the last checkpoint. We've reached the last checkpoint. We are now on the final part of the game. This is it. Oh! Oh, look at it. 6! Alright, let's please state your name and I'll... God. Yujin Mikotoba, lecturing in forensic medicine at Imperial University in Tokyo, Japan. Gory. Alright, no worries, killer. And Professor Mikotoba, the young lady beside you is... this is Dr. Maria Goria. Yes, practicing coroner, the daughter of Dr. Seif, I understand. Yes, Dr. Seif. I don't know why she's here. She just appeared. And she is content with looking at Mikotoba. You summoned this strange Japanese as a witness to the autopsy. But you don't summon Mama. That makes no sense. She was there too.
Not the size of it. I've had her eyes boring into the side of my cheek constantly while I was in the antechamber too. Well, that answers that. Decide if they came to light some days ago to file the repetition into her judiciary. Untit to appear. Yeah, makes sense. Well, we wouldn't want a name of perjury to be committed, would we? No, we wouldn't. Thumb. Oh. No worries, Dal. Thank you. Ooh! I remember you, Dr. Mikotoba. I never expected to meet you under these circumstances. Thanks, Dal. Yes, it's been a long while, Lord Strongheart. 10 years ago. That's right. I studied under Dr. Wilson and Dr. Sinners. Don't you hate it when you... Yeah. That's a good question. We'll find out. Sykes. Yes, I assisted Dr. Wilson in the entire procedure.
Chick, Mama's far more skilled than any Japanese man.
Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion.
You, I believe?
Yes, I noted all the doctor's findings and we were done. We read through the document and signed it.
Poor Mama. As secondary assistant, she wouldn't have had such a good view of all the innards.
Oh.
You remember Director Gregson?
Yes, of course. It wasn't for his insistence, Lord Van Seeks' autopsy would never have happened. But he was absolutely convinced that it would reveal decisive evidence against Genshin, you see. So Lord Strongheart had to entreat the nobility to allow it to take place. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord. This resulted in an autopsy that a mass murderer was apprehended and justice was done.
Killed. He admitted the results of the autopsy were fabricated. You were there at the time, so you must testify.
The reason? Noble's on his side. Probably. Absolutely. That's precisely why I'm here.
And that's why I'm here too.
So she's here to testify for her mum's sake? But before you begin, a word of warning.
Oh?
You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard at the time. I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord. The moment your testimony verges on supposition, I will expel you from my courtroom. Remember that.
Make it sober? Why the silence?
Alright, what we got? My own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication of the autopsy's results having been fabricated. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange.
There were no other signs of internal injury. Nothing questionable at all. It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach!
Oh!
Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant.
He swallowed something?
And about that?
Well, nothing that I could positively identify as such. Ooh! It's up nicely. Ooh. The one fabrication here, Asogi, has come from you. What? Inspector confessed just being his death. Oh. Freely, with the tip of a sword at his throat, the man was clear your wit's end. The court will give no... The investigation of Lord Clint Van Zyx's death. Only we have, without question, uncovered the whole truth of the matter. If I may, my lord, there was most certainly something questionable about it, and the whole truth does elude us. I feel... I beg your pardon? Well, you're obviously aware of the facts of the case. All four of the professor's previous victims died when an enormous beast was set upon them that ripped out their throats. Yeah,
the Hound of the Baskervilles. His victim, Lord Clint Van Sykes, suffered a different fate. Part with a sword. That's enough. I believe I warned you about this, witness. I promised to curtail your testimony as soon as it entered the realms of supposition or speculation. Lord, in that case, the defense will pursue a conclusion to this during the cross-examination. What? I have the right to cross-examine every witness after testimony.
It's true. You can't stop that.
Risque. And the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of the law. As I'm sure I've remembered the judicature Sasato!
Very well. You may begin, counsel. However, the moment your argument strays from the established facts, I will not hesitate to bring the cross-examination to an end.
Okay, don't tell me we have an uh-oh moment. If there's any indication that tells you results being fabricated.
Hold it!
Might as well try. If we fuck up, we fuck up.
Oh, the bar's back.
Could you? No, true, I couldn't. So Dr. Wilson decided to perform the procedure, recording what he did. So of course he instructed me to fetch implements and such like. Whilst I was away from the operating table, obviously I could have missed something. Times, what was the secondary assistant doing?
Oh!
Following this Japanese man's orders to adjust the lighting or pass him implements. But that doesn't mean Mama was a vital part of the team.
Quite, yes. So you would kindly refrain from staring at my cheek like that?
Oh, poor. I think it all seemed out of place of you.
Well, yes, there was, as a matter of fact.
Death resulted from a wound made by a western-south sword fixing the thought.
Hold it!
Yeah, this is the bit that's obvious, or wary. Victims were killed by an enormous dog, I believe. Their throats were, well, mauled.
Correct, and yet Lord Van Sykes was stabbed.
Do you mean to say...
Lord Van Sykes may not have been in fact one of the victims? There is no basis on which to doubt the findings of the investigation. Oh!
Let's rest. The lives of all 5 members of the aristocracy.
Ah!
Who used to carry out the killings was never identified. And no evidence was found to suggest that Genshin had ever kept a dog. A true hound of hell.
Interesting.
Nothing questionable at all.
I don't think there's anything, but I'll admit I'm more cautious by this.
Hold it!
What's it though? What does beautiful but dangerous mean? Well, it was sparkly and round with a hole as it might slip over.
A ring? What?
Oh. Toby's father. Toby, what? Gina comes in and the hound mauls everybody. A little ring finger. I'd understood it was some sort of keepsake. When my father left Japan 16 years ago, I was 8 years old. But I remember that ring. You do? My father's possessions were sent to our family home in Japan after his death, but the ring wasn't among them.
Obviously not. It was a key piece of evidence. It remains under lock and key in the stores at Scotland Yard to this day.
After the autopsy, Genshin was summoned by the police to check for the presence of this ring. It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, there were deep abrasions of his finger where it had been pulled off. There and then, right before my eyes.
How could they?
I brought the ring along with me to...
Goria?
Oh my god! That's a ring? Yeah, I'd say that's a ring, alright. Good gracious! Yes, that's it! Oh, there's the better picture. Victim's stomach. Yes, I'm afraid so. You hesitated there, Professor Mikotoba. Should we read something into that? Well... It's just I'm thinking back now. Witness the moment it was extracted from the body. Oh! That precise moment, Dr. Wilson had asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see. Gloria, the removal of historical evidence from the stores requires my consent, does it not? Gloria? Oh! And the mask is back on! May not deny crucial evidence. Yeah, it does! Ring belonging to Gen Shinasogi found in local infant's stomach during the autopsy. The claws grasping the gem looked sharp enough to cause a nasty scratch. In Japan, they almost look like all the claws protecting that jewel. Let's have a look. Protecting that equally fat gemstone in the middle. Continue to give yourself around the rest of the car, I should think. Ow! My finger's bleeding! That was very quick clumsiness, Mr. Naruhoda. You're right, they were! So there was damage! The sides would go down much better. See on it. Anything else? No. Yeah, it is actually. That's very well kept. Mm-hmm. Assailant. Wait! So it would have to go back to this, wouldn't it? So would this be the ring, right? Or the autopsy?
Objection.
The ring! I thought I'd try the ring. Hey, there we go. Thank you, Kat. That was a bit with you. Thank you for the help on that one. Yeah, I think at this point I don't care about the back seating. I think we're a bit into the time anyway. So yeah, there's the truth. As fetching a replacement scalpel the Dr. Wilson requested. In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny the victim's stomach or not. What are you suggesting, Counsel? The victim's stomach to begin with. What? Possession of the ring in advance after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Isogi. And he produced it during the procedure, pretending to have found it there and then in the victim's stomach.
Objection.
Fresh claim. This evidence right here. That's the autopsy report. I think that probably would have been the other evidence as well. I think there were two evidences for this story. Other than the ring, nothing unusual was noted internally, so I'm not sure how... Give me a minute. When it turned out the bloody... Can I do autoplay? Can I do autoplay just to skip this a bit? Not to sound rude. Total injury says it all. What? To swallow a ring of this size would require considerable effort and determination. And in addition to its size, there were sharp claws around the gemstone to contend with. My brother was a determined man. Of death even more so, I'm sure. He would have stopped at nothing to ensure that evil killer was brought to justice. But if he really had swallowed that enormous ring, it's inconceivable that no traces of its passage down his throat would have remained internal trauma. No! Mikatoba? And there you've arrived at the sticking point. That's precisely why I had my doubts about the findings myself 10 years ago. And why didn't you say something at the time? He was only assistant. Oh. Still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson. Oh! Look at this! Find it in my stomach, wouldn't you say? But isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson? What's that now, Mikatoba? Well, if he swallowed a ring of that size, with those metal claws that he has, surely you'd expect to see damage to the throat and esophagus. Torn mucous membranes at the very least. Dr. Mikatoba, may I remind you that I have vastly more experience than you. Oh. Sorry. Ways to explain why no injuries would be seen. Oh. You fucker. Oh my god. I'm disappointed, Counsel. That argument is nothing more than speculation. What? I don't believe it. There's basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion. Pardon the interruption, my lord, but damage to the mucous membranes of the throat is easily identified, even in living subjects. Using a device called an endoscope recently demonstrated in practical use in France. I want one. The government can pay.
I don't think so! And Dr. Goria, rest assured that your removal of evidence from the stores without permission will not go unpunished!
We open up the dead to find the truth.
Goria!
But Mama, she chose to stitch her corpses up with all the... What? That's wrong.
Goria.
I think she's chosen to walk a different path to her mama.
Good on you, girl! More power to you! Good on you, Goria!
Oh! Barely any noise in the core.
Never mind!
The ring. What about the ring? I remembered something. An earlier incident. What incident? The one I recounted to you before, about a memory I have? Of Shinasogi saving my...
Oh! What? My father?
Ooh. Oh, that's right. The assailant attack. It's at a late hour. All of a sudden, they were attacked. And there's the ring on his hand! Look, you can see it right there! It's underneath his his left hand! Next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Lay on the cobbled street, seeping from his left hand, he shielded me. It was on the ring finger of his left hand that he used to wear that ring.
Jesus!
I always believed those thugs were after me. Not that I'm questioning perhaps I wasn't it. They were after the ring. God damn it, shall we start calling Gollum?
Precious ring, Miss Gret! Precious one! Or are they more bothered by a Sogi? One ring ruled them all, apparently. Evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found. You mean the ring was stolen?
Objection!
Kazuma? What? Kazuma. Look at that. It was you, wasn't it? You're the one. He's still in denial. Yeah, then who the fuck is? Aeon's got a point. Who is? Open your eyes. Inosuke, you must know deep down. Your truth can be completely obscured even when your judgment is only slightly clouded. At the moment, you seem to be floundering through a defense. I nearly said defense fog. He's going through a defense mode. Yes. No, he didn't. He didn't continue for like this. Strong heart? Well, this is an amusing spectacle. What a grandiose expression on your face, as if you were Lady Justice herself. It seems you thoroughly convinced yourself of this alleged fabrication of the autopsy reports. So much that you're apparently blind to the blatant contradiction that may be born out of it. What? Though it's extremely hard to believe, let us imagine there was some misconduct during the autopsy. Case, why would Asogi not have disputed the findings in his trial? Oh. Why didn't he say anything? 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him. Isn't that right, Lord Van Sakes? Oh, he was prosecuted. Wait, the papers? Chosen path. But he merely closed his eyes, accepting the judgment. The actions of a man who has accepted responsibility for his deeds and is resigned to his fate. Shit! As far as the charges against him, then. No fabricated evidence. She should have arrived many minutes ago, Prosecutor Asogi. Logical thought. Signs that his hearing can mean only one thing. There was no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his... Shit! Autopsy was all above board. There'll be nothing to stop Lord Strongheart bringing this trial to an immediate conclusion.
Objection!
Huh? Kazuma! That's now frank words. This trial may have ended prematurely. Kazuma? Sorry, let me sort out my thumb. You ever have those moments where you sometimes chew your fingernails and the skin, and the bit of the nail goes right under the skin? It bloody hurts. Absurdity, Council. Odd. Your reasoning is perfectly sound. Before... Oh! I beg your pardon. Oh, God, be careful. Be strong, dude. Sounds due to no fabricated evidence, but there's another possible explanation. You've overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining his silence.
Objection!
Silence that would lead him to being convicted and sent to his death.
invention.
Objection.
Oh, those results were an invention, alright. There's no question of that. Oh, are you forgetting that 2 people in connection to the OC have been assassinated? If I force the grievances I feel from my mind, I start to see you in a very different light. I think perhaps it's you who's been living in delusion. Oh! Me? If we can only show there was a reason for his father's silence in his trial. Innocent. Could it have been part of some negotiation, perhaps? The Asogi! Wait, no, he had the word with Virgil, didn't he? He hit something. He hit the note thing, so could it possibly? Maybe? Could have been Virgil's dismissal? Blackmail sounds about right. Let's see. Isn't negotiation with prison. Negotiation! Take that!
Take that!
There we go, negotiation. To his execution, on the contrary, it led to his escape. An escape that was only possible because he'd been sentenced to death. The defense is correct. To use it in a jailbreak inside a coffin. Clearly such an elaborate plan couldn't have been carried out by my father alone. He must have had the help of a collaborator from the judiciary. The dismissal notice of the chief warder who had worked in the prison at the time. The note reads, there are indications the jailbreak was in planning prior to the inmate's incarceration. In other words, suggestions of some sort of negotiation between Asogi and the British government. Booyah! Strong heart's not happy. Take the fall, we'll let you go. So was Caden in on this? Was Caden and Virgil? Say, elaborate jailbreak so we can no other way. Oof! Order! Order! First fabricated evidence and now a jailbreak conspiracy. Evidently linked. Witnesses? 10 years ago. There we go. Virgil and Caden. It's gotta be... Yep. Well, let's try to run into a farce to summon the governor of the prison after all these years. Oh, it wouldn't be any trouble, my lord. Wait. No. Your friend may appear a little rat-parated at times, but I can assure you he's extremely thorough. He wired both Barclay and the local prison area. Asking Governor K. Sholmes, you fucker! Sholmes did it again! Both men are, unless I'm much mistaken, waiting just outside the courtroom at this very moment. God damn it, Sholmes! You fucker! You promised that we would stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth.
and the witnesses. Make no mistake, I too would like nothing more than to lay the business to rest once and for all.
Jones, you are a fucking asshole.
I damn well love ya!
Caden, Virgil, and Seeks again. State their names and occupations for the court.
Aye, Barry Caden, Governor for Barclay Prison.
Everyone calls me Gossip. I sell jaunty little snippets by passing by you.
Your other persona, if you don't mind.
Oh, I do beg your pardon. Of course. My name is Daily Vigil. I used to be the chief warder at Barclay Prison. The reason you've been summoned to court today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called professor 10 years ago.
Losh! The professor? We've already been through this before a decade ago. And the conclusion was that there wasn't anything untoward happen.
A convict escaped from your prison, Governor. Hardly what you call nothing untoward.
Well...
The convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was allegedly executed, and he escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity could never have been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison. Governor Gaydon, don't imagine the passage of time will afford you any protection.
Oh.
If it turns out that you were involved in the plot to break Mr. Asogi out of your prison, then of course, the consequences will be very serious. In all likelihood, a capital punishment.
Gods! Hold on there, laddie! All I did was...
Witness, Governor Gaydon.
Yes, sir!
You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country, a great responsibility to shoulder. The significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. Prosecutor Sogi, threaten the witnesses again, you'll be held in contempt of court. My apologies, my lord.
Well, I mean, it got results, but...
Years ago, clearly you were both involved in some way. That took place, yep.
Very well. Let the witnesses give their formal testimony. Here we go. Court everything you know. Let's do it!
Right, one moment, guys. I'm just gonna go grab a quick drink of water, and I will be right back.
Ooh, this is getting good, don't you think? This is getting good.
Yo.
Feel like I should be chomping down on some fish and chips frantically right by now. On a Saturday night? Yeah, you tell me, Paladin. Also, hello, Paladin. Good to see you, dude. How you doing, Liam? This is getting good, isn't it, viewers? Where the hell is this going?
It was the day that Japanese jock was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. I assigned the convict to the chief warder vigil here, planning to action behind the scenes.
So for Asogi right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of the plot.
I I didn't care if there was some negotiations with the convict in the prosecutor's office. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's great British Empire. Aye, that's right.
Who sent it? Who authorized the plan?
Caden? I didn't connect that. I didn't ken that.
You're saying you don't know?
Listen, there wasn't a thing about the prosecutor case that wasn't unusual in some way. I didn't ask any questions, I just did what I was told to. More than that, I couldn't tell you.
So in short, he was just told what to do. Nobody knew who from. Jailbreak plan all originated from the prosecutor's office. Then one thing is very clear. Suspected there were clandestine deals. Oh boy. And it was Sogi in the crimes he didn't commit. So it was all to cover up some crimes. Speculation on your part. So, let me ask the defense. Yep, are we gonna have the right to do it? What information here? Do you intend to assert your right to a cross-examination? Yeah, we have to. It's our right. It seems that all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious. Yeah, I mean, look how many times you want to do a raid. I still had about the number of occasions where about 20 times I got invited to a blooming raid. And one of them I got a shiny Yuxi on. Yes, I got a shiny Yuxi. I feel proud. Just a shame I didn't get Azelf, which does annoy me, but you know what? None of the Americans really were playing, which upset me. It was the day that Japanese jock was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutors. Who knows? I'll check our info. Active. Oh, the bar's back. It's official. Okay. So I'm gonna try and leave my finger alone as best I can. And it wasn't me. I cannot even say with certainty that it did originate from the prosecutor's office. What? There's no telling where it started. There's a fair chance it came from higher up the ladder. Basically, I cannot give you an indication of who was behind it. You can't be serious. I suppose, yep, that does put Strongheart a bit in the view. The likes of us on the ground, as it were, didn't bother with the speculation. We just got the job done. I assigned the convict to the chief water vigil here and put the plan into action behind the scenes. Hold it! Hold it! About it all? That's right. My only role in the scheme was as a scapegoat. That's right, isn't it, Governor? I don't believe it. Some poor beggar had to take the rap for it. Vigil. And Caden. Alright then, who else did know about the plan? I'm not the first idea, laddie. My part in the whole business was practically just dealing with the aftermath. But I wouldn't be surprised if there were other folk in the prison service who were given similar orders. Vigil's a major victim, and Caden had to put it on someone. But why? Hey, that's right. All I can tell you is that the night it actually happened, the person at the reins was Dr. Stevens? Dr. Scythe! Why did I have to get caught up in such a terrible business? Interesting. Responsible for Sogi right until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot. Hold it! Ow, ow. Anything usual happened in the lead up to the night? Oh, everything was unusual, exception for after exception. After all, it was the professor. The man had terrorized the country as never before with his crimes. In order to hide his identity, he was forced to wear an iron mask over his head. Hideous treatment.
And he does out for someone who'd taken the lives of 5 of the country's nobles.
The chief warder, I was the only person permitted to approach his cell. I can still hardly believe that I was duped by my own country. I believe you jumped from the window of the governor's office when the jailbreak was blamed on you, didn't you?
Gosh, Virgil, I cannot apologize enough.
No, Governor, I don't believe you can. Won't change what's happened. I think Caden genuinely feels bad. He genuinely feels bad. Ugh. He genuinely feels bad.
Between the convict and Professor's office.
Hold it!
I think he genuinely does feel bad. Where's your explanation?
Aye, well, be that as it may, I didn't know nothing about that. The witness stand is no place for telling you what you don't know for sure. I ken that much I do.
And I presume you also know this. Not telling what you do know is a criminal offense. Following orders, is that it? I'm afraid that won't absolve you of guilt here. Man was still killed illegally, even if he was a condemned criminal. You may very well be found complicit in murder, Governor. So that's what it's to be, is it? Threat of conviction, you won't break your silence. Caden.
All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's Great British Empire.
Hold it!
Did you carry out the plan of its entirety?
I did everything I could at the time.
Oh. Excuse me. So I got a message, I had to double check it. Tell me, was that part of the plan too?
My instructions were to do with getting the jock out of the jail and nothing more. I can't tell you anything about what happened after that. Only, personally, Steph was...
What does this all mean?
Oh! Vigil?
Excuse me.
Vigil! He's breaking. Ready for you, sir. Are you saluting now? What is it? Some sort of Barclay convention? Interesting. What you're saying seemed to upset you. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps? Oh. For the last 10 years, I've completely the memories of that time from my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors in the name of my country. Caden. So my father was betrayed, it seems. But you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine that the shooting for Mr. Asogi in the cemetery was ever part of the plan. Makes you think that?
That's a true point, yeah. How can you predict that?
Does it? To make the man admit to crimes he didn't commit with the promise of a jailbreak, only to kill him in the end. That's treachery of the worst kind, but the point is, if the intention was always to betray him, why would there be any need for all of the chicaneries of an escape? A valid point, yeah, they just go straight for it. They could just kill him properly and it's done. Negotiated with Asogi never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain. It would have been far simpler just to let the man be executed in prison as dictated. Yeah, there you go. What happened in that vast chamber of secrets?
Chamber of Secrets. Very clever.
An execution right now. Yes, it's an unsettling mystery, certainly. Caden.
Truth be told, there is a wee matter that's never quite made sense to me.
If you believe there was some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak, a torn Asogi and a body at the top,
It doesn't quite add up, does it?
that That's true. I must insist you explain these doubts that you have by amending the testimony.
God! Go on then.
Strongheart's not looking pleased. I think we might have a way. Japanese fella didn't have nothing to bargain with.
Oh, yes, he did! The papers!
Objection.
Thank you! You think I didn't see that one?
Actually, this hasn't been too bad. Under no circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement. Guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Weapon.
Evers! The fella couldn't have possibly had anything like that.
But you know that he did, Governor. Shinasogi papers, the name given to the last will and testament of Shinasogi.
Ah!
It turns out Mr. Asogi was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay. Chief Word of Vigil caught him with it one day.
You squealed, did you, you weird out there? I'll tell you to keep that Oh, God!
You can't touch me.
Oh, shit!
Caught sight of that will through the bars of the convict's cell, Mr. Asogi pleaded with the warder. That's right. Alright then, well, what's on that paper? A lost will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now.
A weapon?
And after the convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak, that document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it? Well, yes. All the prison warders searched through the belongings in his cell, but that will was just nowhere to be found. As I understand it, an exhaustive search was made for the document which became known as the Asogi Papers. Governor Gaydon, I believe you ordered your prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you?
Duh!
You so-called Asogi Papers had the potential to make great waves somehow.
Jings! What a blaze of blitherable! The will was found right and proper in this fella's cell where I said it would be.
How can that be? Where in his cell? You'll search that place from top to bottom.
Well, you didn't do a proper job, you peely wally galoot!
You can't criticize me now.
I showed it to you afore, did I not, young lawyer?
Yes, you did. I have the document here. It's written in Japanese and reads, "The Last Will and Testament of Genshin Asogi," which means everything is as it should be. Not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here.
What inconsistency?
Asogi described this document as the only weapon he had left, and yet this will contains nothing of significance at all. Nothing that would have given the convicted leverage. Are you suggesting, my learned friend, that the last will and testament stored at Barclay Prison all these years is a fake? There we go! There we go. It's clearly been demonstrated already. What went on at Barclay Prison was far from above board! Uh-oh. That last vivification by the defense was an affront to the entire British... Uh-oh. Weapon is something for which we have only the former Chief Warder's word. That man could quite easily be lying, or at the very least, sorely mistaken. God damn it! Where are we going with this? This has to be here. So that will and testament is the answer. But with these so-called Asogi papers, a waste of time. If the will was fake, where's the real document?
Objection.
Yep. It has to be the sword. It has to be the sword. But where? There's no signs of anything except there, so... I guess we'll find out. And now you're going to... Wait, what was the line there exactly? During 10 years ago, he lost everything, nearly losing his life. Now we're going to do it again. You're ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without letting him defend himself. Finding something. There we go. It's in the blade. It's gotta be in the blade. What did... Oh! Just gonna gloss over these observed facts. What did you say? Oh. Oh boy! Seeing that a vocal few here are utterly blind to the truth. Very well then, let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw at the convict's last will and testament. Yes, sir, my lord. Right. Let's do this. Responsible condemned convicts, I attended Mr. Asogi and get watch over his cell. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with all the will in his cell. Turned the cell inside and looking after execution to no avail.
I only found out about the Asogi papers when a detective came and told me to impound them. The document was in the folds of the fellow's robe that he left in his cell. A kimono, I think it's called.
A kimono? Kimono? That's a lie! We searched every inch of the man's cell. We looked through all of his clothes. It can't be true.
Well, you're not satisfied with calling me a liar that once, eh? Yeah, we a finger!
There's nothing you can do about it now. You don't have any hold on me anymore. Other than the hold you like to take on my comfort. Oh! What are you doing? In? Or are you too scared?
Yeah!
Little and large. What a double act. Police were as far as possible. All of his personal effects were delivered to his family home in Japan. And the most notorious killer our country's ever seen. You're much obliged. I can confirm that all of my father's belongings arrived safely.
Hey, and you're gonna deny the handwriting is that your old man, eh?
Yes, there's no mistaking that's my father's brushwork. Really? This last will and testament was that man's last weapon, was it? Yeah, it was also set for another boot to the Jenny and the Wimp. Soon the convict was merely prattling, knowing that his ends were nigh. So, counsel for the defense? Permission, please. At least you allowed us it. At least he allowed us it this time. The paper's hidden in the sheath of the sword. As in... So, we've got the blade itself or the sheath. Yeah, he's allowing it. Why? Why did he allow that so gently? That's a good question, because he was denying everything. The warder responsible for condemned convicts, I attended to Mr. Asogi. Yeah, it's true.
Hold it!
So would that mean you converse with Mr. Asogi?
The bar's back!
But is that bar the answer? Time for his execution. He was remarkably calm, considering his days were very much numbered. In all honesty, he really didn't strike one as a man capable of mass murder. Yet he confessed in full to the crimes. I know, that's why I felt compelled to ask him one day. I still recall his reply. I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life, yes. But he was so tranquil and intelligent, he put me in mind of an Eastern holy man. And what about the will you saw him with? What can you tell us about that? It was the beginning of all the drama. I remember it very well, yes. Oh, not after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell.
Well, in a cell.
I feel like it turns into that thing.
It was me, Austin.
Report him, didn't he? Yes, that's right.
And like the bum but yeah, you didn't tell me. Plain breach of trust that was.
I could see that the man had a noble spirit. I found myself wanting to treat him accordingly. You just told us 2 days ago the convent had been strictly forbidden from any written materials whatsoever. Yes, you're quite right. Ah, so when exactly was the will penned?
That was before the man was remained at Berkeley, obviously.
Yes, at the prosecutor's office under supervision of the relevant authorities. I personally instructed Asogi to make a will for the benefit of his family. Oh, so Strongheart asked to make it. So,
Well, what do you mean by that?
well, if it was penned at the prosecutor's office, you would have expected it to remain there. Oh, that's a good point, actually, yeah. It's an explanation for why it was separately found in the convict cell.
Oh, well.
Makes an astute point. Well, Governor?
A prison governor cannot be expected to keep the inner workings of the prosecutor's office.
In that case, Lord Strongheart, perhaps you can shed some light on the matter.
That's true. You need to tell us.
I'll expression it here and now.
Why not?
To consult with the notary responsible for the will at the time. Interesting. System for what we expect. Yeah, that's true.
That's true.
Well, the thing about that will...
Yeah, not to blame.
Side out looking for it after the execution, no avail.
Hold it!
The governor who ordered the search for the will, as I understand it, is that right? Yes, and when I reported back that we couldn't find it, he grabbed me by the cravat and yelled, "It cannot have been disappeared completely," in my face!
Well, it's done to the governor to keep everybody working as hard as they should.
Governor needs a wee taste of his own medicine, Mr. Naralda. The point is, it was clearly considered a very important document. To find. That's right. Then before I knew it, it was in the morning paper. The blood-curdling article. The one done by bloody Trampa. Not Trampa. They're dead. The article based on Drebba, not Trampa. Drebba. I said Trampa. I'm a Pokemon. The day after I'd read that news, I was summoned to the governor's office, and that's when the awful accusation was made. That you dated Jen Shinasogi, so that's implied that he did that. I really don't remember anything after that. I think Caden generally feels bad the fact that he nearly died. As the governor of this prison, I had no choice. I couldn't have done anything else. I only found out about the Asogi papers when a director came telling me to impound them.
Hold it!
From the top levels of the prosecutor's office.
What name was on it?
I didn't ken afore and I didn't ken now. All I can tell you is that my orders were to do everything in my power to find the document. The director said it had to be somewhere in the fella's cell.
Was that the wording? Document, not will.
Aye, that's what it said.
Clutching at straws here. A document, not will. It's really Genshin Asogi's last will and testament, so it's implying it wasn't? Now why are you quiet?
Document was in the folds of the fella's robe and then I said, a kimono I think it's called.
Hold it!
Mr. Sogi's kimono?
Aye, that one he brought from him when he was locked up.
Yes, he was permitted to have his personal effects with him during his incarceration, I understand.
That's right. He was granted as much freedom as possible during a few days before his execution.
Indeed, he had a number of items of personal significance, I remember. He was very reluctant to part with them. Some books, that kimono, his sword. His sword?!
Karama, the famous sword. Yep, that's implying Karama's involved in this. That's implying it.
It being the soul of the clan could the man have made a more obvious weapon. There's respect in this game. Respectful silence. The warders carry firearms all the time. Inmates have shackles around their ankles.
You couldn't have hurt anybody with that thing.
Still, he was allowed a sword, but no writing materials.
Aye. You know that well before he came to stay with us at Barclay, you see.
Dr. Mikatoba was asked to bring the necessary Japanese writing books to the President's office. A Sazuri inkstone, black sumi ink, and some Hanshi rice paper, no doubt.
It's present when he wrote it, and I'm sorry to say, but that's just
Is that right?
like earthworms to me.
Excuse me.
Why did he react? He reacted again. Virgil again. Scarlet? What?
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to blurt it out like that.
Scarlet.
Wait, hold on. What was the name of the woman? Evie. Okay, yeah. Wrote it in blood. That explains the ink.
I don't damn believe this. I really don't believe this. Also get Pokemon Go up so I can try get a gym before it's too late.
Of importance? Something of importance. Possibly. Possibly not. I'm unable to tell which way he's leaning, I'm afraid.
Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you, Helen. Thank you for doing your job. Also, on a moment to mention on this day, I caught something on Pokemon Go. Just for the sake of the context. I got monkey. Monkey. He's a monkey. It's not Max though, which does annoy me, but oh well. Okay, so who did this? Yeah, I thought so. Sorry, just doing this quick. And goes that. I'm now gonna be Machamp bastard. Shiny Drifloon, fucking bitch. There we go. Sorry about that. Just had to do that away. Right, if I'm gonna get my 50 coins for the night, I might as well do it in the time when no one's doing anything. It's possible, possible not. Permission granted. Mr. Virgil, he allowed it. Scarlet. I remember the document was written in scarlet ink, but perhaps I'm mistaken.
Hold it!
Scarlet, you say? Well, yes. I mean, I only caught sight of it for a brief moment, of course. The dim light of the cell, I remember thinking it was an unusual color. Very nice. He's a black. Oh!
Witness, is that really what you saw? Oh shit!
Why did Strongheart react?
Apologize, continue. Oh, dinner have you can plainly see the writing here. It's as black as the Earl of Ayer's waistcoat.
Yes, you're right. One point with you. Did you actually see the content of the document Asogi was holding that night? No, I mean, there was no time. As soon as he noticed me, he hid him behind his back. Everything well, was it? That's what Mr. Sogi told me. Okay, let's have a look what we got. So we need to look at stuff that's related to Asogi. So we got the papers. Request of Bonnie death. Both returned to me in London to meet the Mr. Son. Forget this. Homeland, nothing to chosen path. Passport, Clint. Recent Scarlet Ink! Scarlet Ink! There we go! Gotcha! Got him! It's gotta be that. Sorry, Cut. I had a hunch. Well, it was best we tried the things. I mean, the sword was an idea. But, like, what would the sword do at this point? Didn't you always tell me to not look 2 steps ahead? So I did. Oh, he actually had nothing. The plan to break him out of jail went ahead, which means he must have some bargaining power. Pow, pipe the power. He actually might have had something. Yep. No worries. Hey, at least I didn't. Scarlet Ink, we know where we're going. Ba-da-ba-boop-ba-doo. Oh, wait. I nearly pressed the wrong thing. Objection!
Objection.
Got him. Heavens again, you know evidence to say that. Have a look at this report. That's my brother's autopsy report. And here's something that's bothered me ever since I first read it. It states that scarlet-colored ink stains were noticed on the Vingan's right hand. Yes, so it does. Scarlet ink? Now, I'm not familiar with the habits of the British aristocracy, I freely admit. But I would hazard a guess that they don't go around with ink stains on their fingertips, do they? Your wit is not appreciated. My brother was a well-bred and fastidious man. Should ink have sold his fingertips, he would have cleaned them immediately. What is your point, counsel? I love this. While Van Sykes was writing in that usual coloured ink, it must have been directly before his death. Because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hand. What? So he did write it in blood. The scene, the lid of my brother's inkwell was open. But Clint was punctilious about such things. It seemed unusual. And no document pen in the colour of that ink was in my inkwell when it was found. So, it was Vince Eeks' wine. I would love to see that, Eon. Bow wow. Father had in his hand that night in the cell was the same document Lord Clint Van Sykes was writing moments before his death. It was. This was Shoney's tone. If Mr. Vigil's tone is that's supposed to be believed, it can only mean that yes, Mr. Vigil. So, when you spotted Mr. Asogi with the document in his cell, his precise words were as follows, were they not? Alright then, but what's on that paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. Last will and testament. Oh! Conversation really don't go as Mr. Virgil says. Then what we now know completely changes the meaning of what Mr. Asogi said. You really think? Mr. Vigil did indeed see the convict. The will, but it wasn't that of Jen Shinasogi. It was Clint's will and testimony!
Objection!
And Seeks! That would mean that he had chosen to die. That is what it would mean, yes. No. Impossible! That is out of the question! And now Van Seeks can't believe it. He's pursuing the professor. He consumed it day and night. Whatever happened, he would never have abandoned his investigation before its conclusion. Never! He wouldn't rest until the job was done, until the killer was caught. The idea that he would willingly accept his own death is obscene!
Objection!
How many disc slams do we need? Well, where's my death? Sogi came into possession of that document. Conspiracy? What's that, cop? So what could the will possibly have contained? Clearly something that couldn't be made. Clint is the murderer. Genshin killed him. Oh, fuck. With that document, my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. Something so damning that it prompted the powers to be enact the daring jailbreak plot. Even a question. Oof! Mission of the utmost secrecy. Ah! It couldn't be. Yunosuke's figured it out. Pursuing this notion of a phantom will nobody can attest to have seen serves absolutely no purpose.
Objection!
Oh, it does. It's unacceptable. What did you say, Counsel? The last will and testament that Jen Shinasogi had in his possession was that Lord Clint Van Seeks. All the testimony and evidence presented to the court has logically led us to that possibility. We have a duty. Yep. No possible means of knowing the contents of the document. There's no line of questioning. Yeah, that's a fact. Van Seeks. Clint Van Seeks, a man with high noble standing. Probably. Condemned killer. The only explanation that fits those facts. Truth, it turns everything on its head. But it's just too hideous. Oh. Difficult. Oh, here we go. The truth. That's what you resolved to do when you entered the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken. Mr. Sato. So hold your head high. Keep soldiering on. I think we're at the end, everybody. I think we're getting there. As Lord Clint Van Seeks left behind a will. A will that Jen Shinasogi was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. Probably the details on the Professor case. The defense's last statement is mere conjecture. What are you getting at, man? Yunosuke? As soon as these words come out my mouth, there's no going back. I believe the last one in Testament Lord Clint Van Seeks was in fact a report, a confession, or an accusation. It's gotta be the confession. It's the accusation or confession. It's one of the two. I'm so glad that dent is not bigger. It's gotta be a confession. That's what it is. I believe that what Clint Van Sykes actually penned that day was a confession. Confession? Regarding the mass murderer known as the Professor and his true identity.
Objection!
Van Sykes. What are you saying? Do you even realize? About the true identity of the Professor. That would mean... Van Sykes. Sykes, I appreciate this must be hard to take in. It's the only explanation that fits. The killer that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as the Professor. It's gotta be his brother. Oh no. You can't be suggesting. Oh no. Oh. Ah! A full-on break. This box. Oh. Oh my god. There's gotta be a reason. What's going on here? Van Sykes is going through hell. Though, did he yet never suspect? Lord Back Van Sykes is a brilliant prosecutor. Is it conceivable that he didn't realize what his older brother really was?
Order in the court!
Van Sykes. The Professor made use of an enormous hound as his murder weapon. Howie, did your brother own a dog? Balmung, well-known hunting dog. A dog! I think we got it. That's all we needed to know. When my brother would go hunting in the forest of the grounds behind the house, he always took Balmung. After Clint's death, the creature passed away too, almost as if he was following his master. He was a great... The bee-dog collar, you're right!
The collar we found in the fucking chest!
People broke into the house one night. Jewel-studded collar stolen by a thief. So it happens that myself and my colleagues have come across such a collar. It was what we found in that bloody house. How could you? There was an old emblem attached to the collar too, made of pure gold. There it is, and there's blood. That was the blood. What? You know it? It's the insignia of the Baskerville. Baskerville! There's the connection! There's the connection! Baskerville's the family name of my late brother's widow. Pure Gold album was an heirloom which Clint acquired upon their marriage. There can be no doubt then, the collar you've described was Balmung's. Lord Clint Van Sykes' widow. Considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it. Since we know the dog was used for hunting, it could have been from its quarry, of course. But it could equally have been from human prey. Where the fuck?
Oh my, no one knows what's going on.
Yourself and that threatened to be an enormous scandal that would irrevocably spread British society. My father knew that was using it to negotiate his way out of injustice, so he was going to do it to get out to stop himself nicked. Last hour, those he bargained with betrayed him, slaying him mercilessly on foreign soil. Well, can you deny it, Lord Strongheart?
Oh, we're going after Strongheart now.
First, and still now, the 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easy believing that justice was done. Though his animosity remains, the diabolical murder was court executed. Very well, then. You may have the truth. What? Tell me then. Tell me what Clint really was. Lord Clint Van Sykes was too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor and went into pursuit of the black roots of crime, he drove himself into a corner. Came to an uncomfortable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals, he wanted to become even more fiendish himself. Van Sykes, no. Oh God, no. Oh, Van Sykes is gonna be destroyed. Hetty's Baker Street, 19th century was a truly miraculous 100 years for Great Britain, and indeed the whole world. New industry, new technology, and with the birth of the Metropolitan Police Service, new law and order.
That's dazzling beautiful. Castle society.
The world is sullied by factories, air thick with noxious fumes and crime, growing daily to fill the darkness. Lord Clint Van Sykes made it to this mission to combat that darkness. But as time went on, it slowly ate his soul until eventually he was consumed. It's ironic, really, and somewhat surprising that the truth has once again been unearthed. Yeah, oh my God, have we got a Jack the Ripper? Is the Reaper a reference to Jack the Ripper? Oh my God, no. What do you mean? 10 years ago, your father, Shinasogi, turned up at my office one night. The Professor? Yes, beyond all shadow of doubt, you must issue a warrant to search his home at once. Wholly absurd. The country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital. Yes, that's the point. That's why none of you British can see it. Noble status is a diversion whilst he commits these atrocious crimes behind the scenes. You have evidence? Nothing definitive as yet. It's an enormous savage hound on the estate. We need the full support of the judiciary. So a large family estate is a fierce guard dog. You should know that's commonplace here in Britain. I say I love the theme tune for The Professor. I love this theme tune, I'm not gonna lie. So he is a good man for justice. Jesus. Then I turned down Sogi's plea. I thought he took it upon himself to visit the Van Sykes mansion on his own. What happened between the two men? The outcome, of course. Lord Clint perished. Believe this.
Dude.
Lord Van Seeks meet the same fate, so Asogi did kill him. Just not for the way we thought. Jesus. I hurried to the mansion when I arrived, so you to grasp what had happened. And what about the will? Sogi must have already taken it. Nothing of that nature. Yeah, well played. This is why the creator needed this shit. He needed some time, and he did it. Poor Psych, poor Clint. Poor Brownie, must be shattered. Yeah, Professor, so busy. So you're admitting to it? That you were behind it all? It was you then who pinned the crimes on my father! I did what needed to be done to protect the law and order of British Empire. Even if that meant employing an unforgivable ruse. It was you who arranged this fabricated evidence. Attempted to take care of it, whilst keeping the truth from him, naturally. He used Gregson! He posed me at first.
Are you off your rocker? You can't do something like that.
There's no question that it was Asogi who murdered Lord Van Seeks. The house staff have made statements that they saw the man running from the mansion that night.
Yes, well, I've no doubt it was that Japanese fella.
But we haven't got a shred of conclusive evidence against the man.
And worse than that, he doesn't keep a dog. So we're short a murder weapon to boot.
Who buzzed me? Oh, Matthew. Oh, what's wrong now? I got a bad feeling about this. Wait. Rampage is so in short, he basically wanted to quell it all in time. Necessary. Do I make myself clear, Detective? Blimey. So that night 10 years ago, when I was attacked by those thugs in the back streets, and Jensen's rig was taken, that was Gregson. Oh my god, no. Decisive evidence, Mr. Sogi was found guilty. Jeez. Not power hungry, just misguided. Yeah. I have a tiny bit of respect for him. He generally was just trying to keep things calmer. Agreed to silently accept the charges. Don't believe that part. There's gotta be. Either make him comply. You see, he had one crippling weakness. What weakness? Kazuma? Red, you know something, don't you? Red knows something about this. Oh! Perhaps you have no desire to return to your homeland, Asogi. What? Though I hear you have a 14-year-old son. Agree to cooperate and accept your guilt without contention, and you will see Japan and your son again.
scoundrel!
Whether you choose wisely or not, it will be a closed trial by order of Her Majesty. Whatever rash claims you might make in court will have no trouble in stifling them. There's only one outcome for you, Asogi: the gallows. Don't forget that I still have a weapon at my disposal. A document revealing a truth that I know you're desperate to keep hidden. Yes, it hadn't escaped my mind, which is the only reason I'm willing to bargain with you. I only want to protect this country's law and order. You understand? So, what's it to be, Asogi? He did it for Kazuma. As I told him at the time, my motive was simply to protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. To protect this country's law and order at any cost. Why are you smiling at that?
Objection!
Myself even considered this possibility until now. This treachery, I have to ask. Why? The mastermind with the Reaper of the Bailey. Was it you, Lord Mail Strongheart? Idea, wouldn't you say, Lord Barrack Fancies?
He's the one! It's gotta be!
And he's smiling the whole way through. As fast as I ask you.
God damn it!
You play the part to perfection, but your role really wasn't that of some embodiment of death. No, you were London's guardian angel. An angel with bloody hands? I think not. Those who had cooperated with me already were only too happy to participate in my plan. Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson. My minions worked tirelessly to ensure that a finger of guilt could never come to rest on you. It's all thanks to them that you were exalted as the demigod the Reaper became. Wasn't that Britain 4 years ago when he was invited to work in Japan? That's right. So I had to employ the services of his young protege after that. Dr. Courtney Scythe. So what with the execution of the Professor and the subsequent reign of the Reaper of the Bailey, I successfully safeguarded law and order in our major capital for the past decade. Is everything. So he generally was doing it to protect the law and order. Jeez. My lords, ladies, and gentlemen, I do hereby confess it was I who stirred the concept of the Reaper. The president. Jesus. It's safe. There is no one left now who can reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Now, I would like to entreat all those present. Beyond these four walls, nobody need know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this. I will appreciate the importance of my request. It is, of course, for the good of the country. Can you do this? Trial really end now?
Hold it!
Oh, Kazuma! One last question for the accused, Lord Van Seeks. What? Of course I know that you're a highly accomplished prosecutor, so I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all. That you never suspected your older brother. That same thought occurred to me. was only once, but yes, I couldn't say that I never had my doubts. My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong. Perhaps too strong, I observed. At the time, there were members of the aristocracy who was bleeding the country dry for their own gain. And since there were nobles, they were untouchable. For my brother, it was a source of great turmoil. Incidentally, at the same time, the professor began his terrifying reign. During the time of the professor killings, my brother did not appear to be himself. I suspect. But it was only once, not more. Only once? Really? Clint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time. And I still believe that now. Do you support that idea? The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. That was my brother's potential in training as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother could have killed his friend and mentor. Looks like Shinasogi still walk this earth. Once we debate that matter now, we can't hope to reach a conclusion. Shit. 2 exempt pieces of evidence from the time. The woebegone ring that acted as incriminating evidence of Shinasogi, and the 3-page last will and testament penned in black ink and left behind by the man. The wretched truth of what happened is exactly as I have explained. Today I will present myself at the Ministry of Justice for what is actually deemed appropriate. As all court is adjourned.
Objection!
Were you in escape?
Yep, yeah, we only have 2! We only have 2! Wait, he's right! We only have 2, don't we? He's right! 2! 2! Where's the 3rd page? He's right!
Discovery. What discovery? My lord, I'm afraid I must insist the trial continues. I beg your pardon? Of course, we've been reminded today already, we must stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth. And to that end, one particular statement made by somebody in this courtroom moments ago revealed a very subtle contradiction. It was Strongheart himself. Ceasing his recollection about his brother, but Lord Strongheart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length. I merely pointed out we can't draw no further useful conclusions. Strongheart. Strongheart, I'm sure of it. Something he said was slightly off. I mean, escape. Think back over his words. Find the problem. Use the history if you have to. No intention Stoga still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, to reach a conclusion. Actors and criminal evidence against Shinasogi. That 3-page last will and testament. There it is. There it is. Yep. Oops. He thought he was scot-free. Explain what, counsel? Because you made just a few moments ago, something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence. Inconsistent? This remains. This has a right to pursue it. We'd escape. What? Making counsel, they may very well prove fatal. Contradiction. It's ba-ba-da-boo-ba-da-boo. That would be the Asogi.
Take that!
Doo-ba-da-doo. The two-paged will. What? Yet moments ago, your precise words were 3. Ah! Could it be that originally there was a third? For a moment, I thought perhaps you'd identified something worthwhile. That's a mere trifle, I see. No.
What can I do for you, sir?
You were present when the Japanese penned his last will and testament.
I was there for sure. I remember the black violent scraps in his day. But certainly, Lord, there was a third page at the time.
What?
Only the first 2 pages were the actual will, though. If I mind correctly, the third was a message to his lad back in Japan.
For legal purposes, we required only his will.
With any uncomfortable words about Britain to get back to Japan, eh? So it was decided that the third page ought to be sent.
Objection!
But he said my father's final words to me. No place for sentimentality. I don't know about that.
If the third page...
Oh! Interesting. It will be given to you at the end of these proceedings. Too late once the trial's over. We need to know what it says now. It's a vital clue. My lord, the defense calls for Shinasogi's last words to be said. There we go. No!
Objection!
Shit! Of course you know the content.
Objection denied.
Governor oh, now we allowed it. Read the third page document before present to hear.
Yes, sir! Only, I should point out, my lord, I cannot actually read modern language.
Handwriting? Shame on you, Barry. Oh! Mikatoba! Here, I would be happy to translate the words into English for the court. Mikatoba! Yeah, I consider myself a member of the Judiciary, albeit a lowly one. So I should quietly withdraw after I've translated Jensen's message. We might need to know it. Much appreciated. Come on, this has to be the hint. What have we got? Kazuma, the truth is shrouded in darkness. A darkness only our clan's great sword can pierce. So it is the sword. It has to be the sword. Mighty Karama, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. That's the end of the message. A haiku poem? Twist thy head? Father? What is Karuma? The name of the Asogi clan's famous sword. Secret compartment. I think we know where it is. It's up here.
It's gotta be up here! This has to be in up here!
Which I'm going to confess, I knew. Oh, see it again? I know what you're looking at. The button. The gray thing on the top. Yeah, I see it. Let's just get on with this. It's 11 o'clock. To me, it's the katana sword that was submitted as evidence earlier in these proceedings. The one worn by the prosecution counsel when he confronted. Oh, third page? Oh. There it is. So, Kermit, the sword is shrouded in darkness. A darkness only our clan's great sword can pierce. Mighty Karama, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. There we go! Mighty Karama, twist thy head and watch them fall. It's gotta be. Maybe I should try it. That's my neck, that's the trouble. I might make a suggestion. I think perhaps it doesn't mean your head. And I'm sure you're probably aware that the sword's head is the part at the very end of the hilt. Its head in Japanese pronounced Kashira. Mr. Shoga's really meant twist the butt of the hilt. Think. Aha! Gotcha! Scarlet ink! Got him! Pen this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. This is the will! This is the will! Clip Bang 6! Let's go! We got him! So that, yeah, that's the truth. That's why they all had to be returned. Oh my goodness, look at this. Unbelievable. Okay. Now, this is actually a secret achievement. You do it again. This is actually the last achievement. But I do wonder if over the years, perhaps, the duties of the Sogi have actually called for such an inventiveness. Secrets, you mean? Those sorts of duties? Well, I could believe that. Kazuma conducts himself like someone with the weight of the Clanzo. There we go! A Sogi clan appreciator. That's it. Judge, I've been asked as accommodating if possible the will of the courtroom. Despite all of that, no new information has come to light. Oh, it has now. A sense of morality. Ugh.
Objections!
Ooh, how dare you! Ooh. Too much time has passed. We cannot ever hope to know more than we do now. Especially since the alleged will of that pen is available has been lost forever. Ah! Never hurry to wrap things up. I wonder why. That's a good point. Why easy? You state time and again during these proceedings that everything you did was in the interests of protecting British law and order. I stand by that. Without the Reaper, we could never have achieved the reduction in crime the capital of the sea.
Objection!
And Dr. Wilson. He is a dick indeed. They had them killed. You dressed it up. There was nothing fair just about that. Exactly is that you're hiding? Dr. Mikotoba, were you not to quietly withdraw after the translation of former associates will? That's true. You were supposed to. Supported by evidence. And it would seem that the defense has no more evidence to present. We have one now. Shall we wrap this up, gentlemen? It's now, or it's all over.
Or can I? Let's do it. My lord, as it happens, the fight of evidence present. Don't be upset. Oh! That is remaining from the time.
Objection!
It's high time you realize something, my lord. This gentleman has an uncanny habit of producing evidence at the final hour. To escape from everyone else's pain. He's defending us! What is it, Ryunosuke? What do you have? Everyone? I think we need a cooperative one for this one. The final decisive piece of evidence that will reveal the whole truth of this rotten tale. How can you... Decisive? Well, it would appear there's no escaping it now, my lord. Let it be so, then. Present whatever you think you have. You can settle this decade-old enigma, if you're capable. What exactly is this evidence? The defense claims to be decisive! Everyone get him ready. We do this on my mark. Watch the chat. And... Yep. Take that!
Take that!
There you go. The what? Fuck you. Well, that works too.
A wonderful, astute observation, I'm sure.
But in case it had escaped your notice, that document was lost long ago. No. I have it right here. Discovered just moments ago. God. Ooh. Impossible! That can't be! This document is the key that will unleash the mystery. Oh! Now we got him. System Testament. Where did you find that? It was rolled up inside this. Inside Kurama? That ultimate weapon, Shinasogi, has lain undisturbed in the hilt of his sword all those years, just waiting for the right time to emerge and reveal the truth. The signature and seal certainly look official. My God, it's true. It's my brother's handwriting. There's no mistake. Got him.
The codes of the document for being read out. Do you hear me? I strictly forbid it!
Objection!
I think we got him. Explain everything.
That document could destroy the meaning of justice in this country! I demand that you hand it to me at once!
Why? What are you trying to hide? Could it be that you already know what's written on it?
Not! What are you implying? Return from the immediate effect. Clear the courtroom.
Objection!
No, you cannot. Do that, my lord, and you'll suffer a fatal blow as Lord Chief Justice.
I beg your pardon.
Forcibly ending a trial without good reason, and not any trial, a closed trial by order of Her Majesty the Queen. I think we're about to see this boat break. Rock my strong heart in the judge chair. Now I see too, you don't look so fair. What's on the will? We will now find out. What will be the result to make you do shout? Read it out now. You have the right to hear what's in it. Strong heart, you lose. Well, well, my lord. It would rather appear as though proceedings aren't going to quite as you hoped. You fools! Prosecution?
Gives it support.
Very well then.
No. For God's sake.
Oh. No! Got him! Break. I pen this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. The hour is 11 p.m., and as I sit at my writing desk in my office, my good friend Asogi stands at my shoulder. He has expressed his intent to evoke the dying ritual of the duel that I may depart this world with honor. An honor of which I am utterly undeserving. The Japanese are truly merciful people. I, Clint Van Seeks, Lord of the Manor of the Van Seeks estate, hereby confess to the following. I am the killer who has come to be known in society as the Professor, guilty of 4 counts of murder. I will not here discourse the corruption rife among the aristocracy, which is to me as one of them so apparent. However, 6 months ago, I took the life of a member of the House of Lords at the heart of depravity. A demon who adroitly sacrificed the common man to further his own interests, abusing his position of power. The law is impotent against such vile avarice. Only a fellow demon can rid society of this menace. That demon was my quarry, upon whom I willingly set my great hound. But though I am a hunter of some experience, I am a poor felon, it seems. My guilt was at once recognized by another, and I became subject to his extortion. He held over me the threat of exposing my wicked crime to my beloved wife and brother. Under that threat, I have done this man's bidding for months now, killing those he did. So, it's Strongheart. Strongheart blackmailed his whole thing. So even Clint was a victim himself. All for Strongheart. I want this to go on record. I said at the beginning I accused him as the villain. I did not expect this. Strongheart, more like weak-hearted. Former mentors perished before my eyes at the jaws of the hound I commanded. I realized that I had lost the last shred of decency within me, and sunk to the level of a wild beast. Oh, they did. No path back to the light, be it I or my dear friend Asogi who dies this night. I am eternally damned. To my extortioner, male Strongheart, may you feel the jaws of the beast at the throat every time you swallow. Why is he smiling? Knowing Six was a murderer, but somebody was directing him and naming his victims. He's an extortioner, Lord Male Strongheart! With you! Yep. So that means, from the sounds of it, Asogi and Clint had a duel. Asogi did kill him. Clint did the first murder himself. Strongheart figured out how these had to come at the others. And in the end, went with the process. Then Asogi realized it, challenged him to the duel, and Asogi killed Clint. And then Asogi got rumbled and was blackmailed into it. And then used Gregson and Watson for the whole damn thing. This guy was manipulative from the fucking start. could destroy justice in this country. But you weren't trying to protect justice at all. All you were trying to do was protect yourself. Yep. He's still smiling. Why is he smiling? Victim, the former Lord Chief Justice, was my brother's benefactor and a man of lofty principles. So that means he killed the job. He wanted the fucking job. He was so desperate to the job, he thought I could just dirty someone else's hands, and I weep it. Oh. What an asshole. Eliminate the man stood between you and the office you'd set your sights on. Used your hunting dog. It had to be done. He's admitting! London's unsavory shadows are deep, and the arm of the law fails to reach their depths. Crime must be cut off at the roots, but the Lord Chief Justice at the time couldn't see that. He was weak. Lofty principles, you say? Tantamount to cowardice, if you ask me. Which is why I took his place, in order to fight the crime he was allowing to spread like wildfire. By murdering the man? The Reaper, the Professor, the name makes no difference. As I've explained countless times already, it was all done for the furtherance of law and order in London.
Objection!
The murder of my father now too? In Shinasogi. Well, that was unfortunate. We intended to send him back to Japan as we'd agreed. Don't believe you! Oh my god! No. Oh? Who took Asogi? It's mock execution. I went to Logate Cemetery at 3 in the morning with Jigoku. No! I collaborated on the Japanese side to manage Asogi's You fucker! 10 years ago, after he'd stood trial for the destruction of the witness stand, I had words with him. When I told him the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs could be his, he couldn't have... You little... He manipulated him for the power seat. And the closed casket was sublimed into it. Didn't go over his grave before he ran out of air. But sadly, all did not go to plan. Oh, there was an unexpected visitor to the cemetery with no ideas about digging up the graves. A man who witnessed Drebber. Enoch Drebber. Of course, I knew grave robbers frequented London cemeteries, but that grave on that particular night... Blast! If people find out the convict wasn't really executed, the scandal will rock the very foundations of the Empire! Then what do we do? Shoot him, Mr. Jigoku! Shoot Asogi at once! He had Goku to do it! It's changed now. If the truth got out because of this, both of us would be finished forever. Shoot! Sogi from the shadows. The grave robber was so close, the blood sprayed over his coat. As fast as his legs could carry him. So Mother's presence at the scene as well. I made her swear to 2 things. So he even got her! Got 2 swords! To remove the professor's mask and never to speak of the events of that night. And with that, the secret was buried along with the Sogi's corpse. So now you know what really happened in Lowgate Cemetery that night. We actually got our answer. Son of a bitch. Cuckoo killed Asogi in the end, you see? He claimed to be man's friend, but what... That's gotta be it. The courtroom earlier. He said that as an assassin exchange proposal was a demand from his British counterpart, not a request. So you caused him too, using what happened in the graveyard. By that time, Jigoku was the Minister of Foreign Affairs, negotiating international treaties with Britain. You can imagine what would have happened if it came to light he murdered a compatriot 10 years earlier. He would have lost everything. I merely reminded him of that. Son of a bitch! These past 10 years, I fought tirelessly with the darker recesses of the London criminal in the world, and I've used whatever means necessary to ensure that justice prevails and law and order reigns supreme.
Objection!
Could be further from the truth. The fact is, you haven't fought crime at all.
How dare you! Said Clint Van Sykes for dishonor in his death.
Objection!
Behind the scenes, you systematically buried anyone who stood in your way. And then, you made my father take the blame.
It was unavoidable. It was the only way to protect our justice system and public order.
Yeah, this is misguided. This is, as Scott said, this is his misguided thing. All of this was because he was misguided by the idea of justice. I let the truth behind the malice. There's more. Oh!
Do you have any idea of the conniving that led to the acquittals of those wretched criminals? We have to fight fire with fire, and folk counts can't function without a reaper. Can't you see all I've done for this country? This has been my struggle.
Objection!
You've done nothing! It's Lord Van Zeeks who worked tirelessly and justly in the court. Some fought with anguish for having sold his hands through the desire to do the right thing. McGilded fucked him over! So McGilded kind of pushed him a bit.
You little, when will you get it through your thick skulls?
That it was all for Queen and country? I'm tiring of that excuse. You constantly twisted the truth and bargaining power to make others do your bidding. Nothing more. People who willingly trust the truth and course others have no right to call themselves part of the judiciary. I strongly suggest you don't ever talk of justice again! I think we got him. What? Oh no. Damon Gunn, you show back again.
What?
Expressions as beautiful as Queen's English? Really? Offensive the far is a better picture of industrious.
Keep your mockery.
Please don't misunderstand.
What?
No, I don't know. Done nothing. I confess it's a little embarrassing to have put it out quite so starkly, but yes, I really have done nothing. Which means I can be indicted for nothing.
He's still got fight! He's still got fight! No!
It's true. Personally, I have committed no crime. I've merely been surrounded by fools.
Who've acted very rashly indeed!
Objection!
He's still got...
Yeah, he's right. I know he is.
And what, threatened them? Are you sure it wasn't just bargaining? That's all the good Lord. Oh no! You all know these dark recesses. Wait, no! That to fight those who dwell there, require at least some of us to occupy the... Oh no. No, 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 no! The Mastermind Investigation 2, which I still have yet to play, but I have at least seen the freakouts. So in short, it's this game again. Wait. No, he's trying this trick! You son of a bitch. I might have to try that other stream at some point, now that I finally figured out how to apply patches. Assassin managed by Scotland Yard Inspector. And finally, it was all masterminded by Lord Chief Justice himself! Yeah, the only reason I never got around to playing it is because I was kind of worried to kind of go on it to find exactly what I lost to. Yeah, I know I did. Might need to find it again in my list of bloody things. Might need a resend of that just to be safe. Or a link to it again. I mean, I'll try to find it. I think, it's really good. I've heard a bit long, but good. I've heard a bit about it, but yeah, I actually tried appearing as the voice in that for Gregory Edgeworth. I didn't win, unfortunately. They said my objection stance was too long, so they used somebody else. Which irked me, but I didn't really want to play it because I was winning. Precisely, it was 100 years ago when one in... I lost to Pro ZD. I don't know how to feel about that one. I really didn't know that. Wow. How was I gonna beat that one? Fair enough. Yeah. I'll admit that's a bitter pill. Not gonna lie about that one. Oh well. We'll wrap this up. Yeah, I know. Maybe it was the drive for him. I want to continue to protect this new era of law and order. Well, no, it was more they gave feedback to everyone, so they didn't really say whether it was good, bad, or whatever. They basically just said how to improve it or whatever. And then when you sent the final submission, they basically just said, thank you for it, we'll let you know. And that's all I got. So in short, you could practice as many times as you want, but as long as you submitted before the deadline, you basically had an opportunity. Which, I'll admit, does irk me a bit. No, don't shut down the TV yet. Yeah, I'm waiting for that big hole. Expected this trial, all those other matters have been discussed. Oh, you fucker! Son of a bitch! He's bleeding! No! And oh no! They don't know what to do! What fucking do we do? Ah. Why you? He's doing his job.
Therefore, in accordance with the overall wishes of the court, the record shall be reversed. Best man ability to turn the situation to his favor. Strongheart really is a master of manipulation. Skill, he still managed to evade justice. I just don't know what we can do.
Rabbit. It's the rabbit.
I think. Oh shit. Oh shit. Could this be raised an objection? It's gotta be the evidence, isn't it? We gotta use the rabbit. It's gotta be the rabbit. Thank you. That was getting annoying. Interesting detail. What would that be, Red? If you're on about the strong heart in the back. You kinda heard that. Oh! There's a tune. Use evidence as opposed to present. Oh, it said use, didn't it? You're right. Is ever a time for using this item? It's now!
We know what we're doing!
The rabbit! Take that!
Take that!
It's time! No doubt Mr. Sholmes has already deduced how it would go. So it's time for that ending. Thank you, Cotlow! There by the ears then and heave! Alright, here goes! Heave! My dear fellows, must I remind you every time a gentle tongue will suffice? Mr. Sholmes, you're looking in quite the wrong direction, Mr. What? Over. Wait, he's in the room? What? What? Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, what? What? Fucking damn it. Oh, I'm delighted to be here again, Lord Strongheart. Oh, I guess. I don't recall that happening. British Caesar, put that man in irons. Is this a close call?
What the? We can't get a hold of him!
We just go right through. I'm afraid your efforts are wasted. You see, he predicted the whole set. See before you is composed entirely of light and shadow, an image, if you will. Hold on, I must congratulate you on your fine deductions. Mr. Sholmes, what on earth is... Are you familiar, I wonder, with the invention known as the telephone? Well, yes, I heard that some public telephones have been installed recently in Tokyo. Speaker's voices convert to an actual signal transmitted instantly. Oh, since I don't know shit. Quite. Sounds are transmitted, so could not images keep them company, I mused. Iris and I did some modest experimentation to develop such a device specifically for this very day. Experimentation? They did experiments behind the... And somewhat incidentally, we thought we might just as well transmit an entire scene. Incidentally, Mr. Sholmes, now you're just being immodest. Do you mean to say you're not actually here, Sholmes? Oh, I knew my trusty partner would have no trouble grasping the concept. Except he's grasping the stand to steady himself after your shock arrival. Oh, Father, I would have hoped you might have been forewarned. Yeah, 3D television.
Keep my call, Lord. Get out, or I swear to you.
Dear me, you on the other hand, Lord Strongheart, appear to have a very poor grasp of the situation. Allow me to reiterate, I am not here, which would, I hope, lead naturally to one asking, where exactly are you? The very question I was awaiting. I'm at present enjoying the air in a rather splendid garden.
Picked up my good time for a tea break.
Any yarn you understand?
We are using the Queen! We're using the Queen? What? You called me? Buckingham Palace?
Mr. Sato, I've never heard... Do you ever read the news, Mr.
Oh my fucking god!
Is Iris with you there? Ah, well, now, Iris is currently enjoying some tea. With Her Majesty.
Oh shit!
Her Majesty, you understand? Her Majesty, the Queen of the British Empire.
What? What?
All about Buckingham Palace is Her Majesty the Queen's residence in London, Mr. Terhodo.
I love this game! This is some sort of unforgivable, distasteful trickery in my third-rate tongue, and that's all!
Unforgivably distasteful trickery? What an apt description. A closed court session attended by elite members of the judicaries are an event. I presume that Her Majesty would be more than a little curious about the proceedings. So I decided to show her everything from start to finish.
What?
Indeed. By dint of the Herlock Sholmes remote cinematography.
You meddling?
This is some kind of nightmare. This is how you appear to be standing before you, wiggling your widow. I love that they're all like, shit! No doubt you've inferred that the reverse is also true.
He essentially has made a camera that goes backwards! He's made a telephone! He's made a cinema! He's made a video call!
Objection, after all, every trial in this country is conducted under the auspices of Her Majesty, as you know.
You!
I confess I'm quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion about the unforgivable, distasteful trickery in which you've been engraved over the past 10 years. Or meant to.
No, I was merely...
Iris!
Vicky! It's Queen Victoria!
It's Queen Victoria! Oh my god!
Iris, is that... Oh god, that's a thing. A message.
Oh shit.
Sholmes is reading it.
Forthwith and with immediate effect, all authority previously afforded to Male Strongheart is hereby revoked
Forevermore! The Queen is the weapon!
Furthermore, he will be prosecuted for crimes against his country in a public trial by jury in the coming days. Well, they probably didn't want to do anything with it. Majesty doesn't believe we need to fight fire with fire. Justice in this country needn't be administered from the shadows at all. Yeah, that's the short version. Mel Strongheart? The darkness you fostered to conceal your despicable actions these last 10 years is a thing of the past now. After today, your brand of law and order is no future because no longer are you the Lord Chief Justice. In the eyes of the law and of Her Majesty the Queen, you are nothing but a criminal! And now I'm going to confess something. Aeon, you're actually right. In more ways than one. Yes, I have. I have seen this break, and I love it. Adjourned! There goes the hammer. There goes the strong heart. There go the flames. Into the guilty. Strong heart, you are indeed fired. No. Best breakdown of the fucking law. Lord Clint Van Sykes left a will in which he confessed everything. Came out of Sogi's mouth, it deranged me completely. I know. I fuck turned up the anime, but I fucking love it. But I couldn't find the damn document. I searched his cell, but it wasn't there. Which precipitated the jailbreak plot, I presume. He's the one who orchestrated it. The need to attain that will was all-consuming. I was sure that if I facilitated Sogi's escape, he would emerge from the will somewhere. So he planned the jailbreak so he could do it. Body in the cemetery that night, it still eluded me. It never even crossed my mind that it was concealed in the sword's hilt. I guess you could say he truly is now heartbroken. It's me now is that my brother left this world without a word to me. Sykes. In fact, I think perhaps this isn't the case. Sorry? How can that be? There is more to his last will and testament. What? I can't believe we're still going 4.5 hours. I think this is one of my longest main streams I've done, and I don't care. This is fucking good. Younger brother, Barak, you have always looked up to me, and now you follow in my footsteps to become a prosecutor. It's my fervent wish that my unspeakable deed should not hinder your advancement. I ask not for understanding, for none could understand my depravity. I ask only for forgiveness. Asogi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He's agreed to honor my final 2 wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Sykes. That got me good. Sashiro Jikoku in a criminal plot to immense and span the oceans. What is it the truth of what happened 10 years ago? But why did you set about that now, a whole decade later? We need that. to ascend to the very peak. Last 10 years made me realize being the Lord Chief Justice wasn't enough. Short of becoming Her Majesty's Attorney General, I could have no real power to effect the changes needed in this country. And for that promotion, I needed to ensure no remnants of the past. He was wanting to get rid of the only stain that could stop him from going up. That was all. Everything to run smoothly in the exact manner that I prescribe, like a well-oiled machine. And I was just a step away. And for your ambition to succeed, did you even bother to count the number of brilliant people you had killed? Ah, Mr. Reaper, are you not forgetting something? Such as? You very much adopted your usual prosecutor-like demeanor in the proceedings now. The reality of the situation is you are still the defendant in this trial. Ah! However, the presiding judge would appear to have fallen from the bench, as it were. Oh! Yay! My lord! Please tell me this is a good one. JK, I've been following the proceedings from the gallery. I must say, I shan't ever forget the extraordinary battle between good and evil that I witnessed here today. A proper drudge. The darkness that has blighted justice in our land these past 10 years has at last been dispelled. Thanks in no small part to the efforts of a bright young star from the east. Defense Counsel Naruhodo? Yes, my lord? On behalf of everyone here present. I would have loved if he did. Okay, my lord. The first time I faced you in court just under a year ago now, I had the faintest of intimations that if British justice so warped and twisted over its long history was finding to no change, this might just be the man to do it. And Sykes! But at the time, I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge the possibility. I couldn't overcome my hatred of the Japanese after the circumstances of my brother's death. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me to apologize for countless Oh my god. Oh. When I first arrived in Great Britain, I was literally a nobody. Certainly not a lawyer. The truth is, my fortunes have entirely been made by miraculous people I've met. My best friend, Shinasogi, who led me to Britain in the first place. My loyal and ever patient judicial assistant, Mr. Sato, who helped me study to become a lawyer. The brilliant Lord Van Seeks, who never failed to challenge his Nipponese rival. And not to mention, the exceptional master of logic and reasoning who showed me the true art of deduction, Mr. Sholmes. Saving the best for last, Mr. Naruhodo! What a relief. I'm well aware that without all these people's help and support... Yeah, I love this. The truth is a guiding light that always leads to happiness. Time now, but actually it's not true. The truth can also cause great pain, sometimes even leave people... Oh, I know that one all too well. I'm not still bitter. Moving on. I've been on the resort. To hide the truth, we do instinctively even. But as soon as we allow our eyes to settle on something other than the truth, the darkness takes hold. And there it grows until eventually it makes us blind to the guiding light of the truth altogether. Yeah, I know. Someone here knows the truth. And yes, I still haven't completely got over the,
way that was passed around, by the way. Right after when I thought I finally hit somewhere. Only to have 3 people told me I sucked. Need to be done, but hey. Look where I am now. Continue to walk the straight and narrow path ahead. I wouldn't say I did it if I was, you know, when I got removed from that channel. When I had those three basically tell me with the old little game of what's good and bad about each other. Yeah, I didn't really like that one, I'll confess. I'll confess truthfully now, since truth is going with the theme here. It's something I've learned, and I need to be honest about this too, and this is a lesson I want all of you to learn from this. What Naruhodo said about the truth is great. You can learn it, and it clears your mind of any doubts, but it can also destroy you in certain places. For me, it was finding out that what I thought was I was doing right ended up destroying me. So much so that I ended up being removed from the one thing when I thought I was that great. Yes, maybe if I was still on there, who knows where things could have been. You know, not having to worry about a paid job, not having to worry about that type of thing. But look where I am now. I mean, it'd be nice, not gonna lie, to know that I made that level. That something I was doing could be used as satisfactory levels rather than basically just sat here as, well, I think you guys get it. But the point I'm just trying to get is, if you have to learn the truth, get it all. And even if it destroys you to the point where you feel like you can't go on, just remember one thing. That truth is what helps you grow. That truth is how you fix yourself. And even if you can't go back to the way things were, whether that be something you enjoyed, the friends you made because of it, or just anything, you just take what you learned from that truth and you just keep going. Who knows? You may end up with something better. You may end up going to somewhere worse. You never know. But the point you gotta remember is one thing. Only you can learn what's truth and lie. Never forget that. Personal little message from me. So, just to be clear, I like being here. I like the fiance that I have in my life. I like the members of the channel that I am a part of. Even with one of those people being part of that moment. And the friends and the fans who came here, whether because of that channel, or you came here right now for whatever reason. So, yeah, I know. God's right. So, I guess what I'm at least trying to say is, to everyone who's been here, I'm not doing a goodbye thing, so don't worry about that. But Kotlol, Brian, and Kib are amazing people to work with. Kib has been one of the longest running friends I've known even before I was even on DA Games. Kot I learned because of DA Games, as well as Brian. And I couldn't imagine things without them. I got the chance to propose to my girlfriend at the time, and I met her because of doing that shit. And people like Shugo, Caitlin, Heidi, Lena,
And even now, Aeon, Red, Eon, Flame, and even the real life friends who I've even got the chance, who I love, cherished every single day. Paladin. Did we ever get to the... God damn you, Paladin, I'm trying to do a moment here, you fucker. But the point is, doesn't matter what you are. I'm being truthful when I say it. Thank you. Seriously. Thank you. For putting up with somebody who's still wishing he was something. But if I don't make it, I'm at least glad I'm big somewhere. At least to you guys, anyway. Enough with this. It's nearly midnight. We should probably wrap this up. Oh. Do you want a grand opus? What is that, Aeon? Some people write the way some are forced to. And the exit this Christmas I might see one man expect to normal, hopefully for good, worth every moment suffered to get this point. Thank you, Red. And good to hear, Aeon. Hope you're doing alright. This one. Thanks to you and your fellows. The haunting undertones are silenced. Thank you very much. So, until our paths cross again somewhere. Oh! And he's off. Well then, it would appear that this long trial has finally come to an end. Everyone, let's do it. For any anxiety cause, my lord. I'm quite sure we'll meet again in the courtroom before long, Prosecutor Barak Van Seeks. Conclusion of these proceedings, I hereby declare the defendant, Barak Van Seeks, not guilty. Oh, the shadows are too deep. Say it with me now. That is all. Court is adjourned. Happy dance? You know what? I think, you know what? Not worth a proper one. I think that works. A whole case in nearly 4 hours. Nearly 5 hours. I don't know how I feel about that. I committed myself to some shit.
Wasn't even entertaining. You guys just watched me 5 hours complain.
Clean up, yeah, we'll wrap this up. Let's do this quick. I kind of don't want to press the story mode thing because I'm scared there'll be something else and I'll miss the achievement. And I'm not going through 8 hours of this crap again. Pretty much. Couldn't have done it without you on my side though at all. This is Sato. Oh. Oh, kiss you too. It was a very splendid show, that Naruhodo. Yeah, well I did. I think we hit our peak. I mean, granted, I could have stopped at the checkpoint, but I thought, why not? Let's do it. I think we all wanted to see the verdict. And the truth, I'm afraid I've caused many a great deal of pain. I'm really not sure what the lawyer ought to be doing. Yeah, Cop? Who's Iris' parents? Who knows? We may get an answer. Maybe. Oh! Oh. When you see Lord Van Dyke's smiling face, everything will seem much better. If that's smiling? That's not a smart. Mrs. Sato, everything seems worse. He has a face like thunder. Oh dear, I really shouldn't have presumed. Yes.
Almost a year it's been now since I first encountered you here in this very courthouse. For you to have risen to the level of excellence you demonstrate today, well, it's quite remarkable. But I exposed the most unpalatable truth you could have ever imagined in court today. It was as though I've robbed you of something you held so dear. Red said soon, we'll get an answer. Like those who dwell in the darkness requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. But that was just the feeble excuse of a coward. Only those with a steadfast eye for the truth have what it takes to fight the dark forces of crime.
Yeah, it's called Batman.
In court today.
Oh. Well, thank you. Magnanimous words.
Castle somehow would have if you were here.
That's... Kazuma's not smiling too. Shut up. Mr. Sato, you're not helping. Mr. Sato, there's another face like that. Oh my, and he really was here.
Lord Van Seeks? Allow me to congratulate you. Yeah, we'll have to see where this ends. I mean, I'll have to see and I can presume. Actually, me? Or curse me. You failed to bring down the Reaper. I owe you an apology. No, it is I who should apologize. Father Genshin, if I'd been stronger, then perhaps I made an unforgivable error of judgment. I can offer no excuse. The thing is, this is something to presume as well. Kazuma was technically killed by accident. I wonder how this whole journey would have gone if that accident never happened. You know? How would have Kazuma have thought it would have gilded and everyone else in the process? With respect. Your words mean more to me than you can know. I will hold them dear. Oh. Say, there's one other thing that's still bothering me. What's that? The will that Lord Clint wrote before his duel with my father. Back to that? It's a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He's agreed to honor my final 2 wishes. Oh, what was the second requirement? That's true. We'll have to wait and see. Tattooed to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Seeks. What can the second of his final wishes have been? That your father agreed to honor, you mean? Oh! Mikatoba! Notice you had some Mikatoba nose. It was 10 years ago, as you know, that day before the execution was scheduled. I went to prison to say my farewells to Genshin. Why aren't you putting up more of a fight, Genshin? If you'd only agree to it, Sashiro and I would gladly petition the government. We've been through this already. You don't need to worry about me. Anyway, Eugen, I have a favor to ask of you. Something of great importance. You're one of my greatest friends, Genshin. Whatever it is, consider it done. I'm going to tell you an address. You should go there at once, in secret, and telling no one. You should find a lady of the gentry in hiding there. A lady of the gentry? She's not in a good way, and she's with a child. The birth is imminent. A man would like you to attend to her. Please, you're her only hope. Chance, is the child yours, Genshin? Don't be daft. It's a favor that was asked of me by a man that...
Asogi is...
Iris is a Van Seeks? No fucking way. No fucking way. Are you telling me Iris is a fucking Van Seeks? No way. If something would happen to you, tomorrow night you're going to be...
You never know, though, do you? What life will bring. Tell me the address. I'll head there at once with Sashiro and... No, not with him. Pardon? This is a favor I'm asking of you, and only you, Eugen. Right, I see. Very well, then. That very night, I caught a train from Paddington to Dartmoor in Devon. The old house in the middle of nowhere it was. An old hunting hound lay asleep in the grounds. The poem was on the floor at the back of a darkened room. Mortal danger. Broke her waters to precipitate the labour before she weakened further. A torturous birth. Did everything humanly possible for her and her child. Oh. I'm so glad Dell isn't here. She would go fucking crazy. Into the world. But tragically, my efforts to save the mother's life were in vain. The little girl in my arms and wept for longer than I care to remember. In something of a daze, I looked around the room. This precious little in it, but an old travel trunk caught my...
No! No, she wasn't a Van Six!
She wasn't a Van Seeks. I think she was... Oh my god, she was a daughter of one of the victims of the Hound of the Baskerville. The emblem on the side of it for everything dropped into place. Baskerville. So that's why the Baskerville couldn't come out. 'Cause it's Iris's family name! Oh my fucking god! But that makes no sense. One of them could have trusted the child to my care in that case. To be unaware they even had a daughter. I suppose he didn't really have any choice? What? Well, your brother said that he confessed everything to his wife, so she must have been beside herself with worry for her child. The true identity of the professor... Iris of the Baskerville served by Lord Clint Van Sykes. Oh my fucking god. Branda's the daughter of the infamous mass murderer. Ah! The only solution was to distance the young girl from the Van Sykes family as much as possible. I don't believe it. I imagine that in his final hour, Lord Clint Van Sykes made the obvious choice. He would have thought to himself, this Japanese man here is someone I can trust. Yeah, that's why. However,
Only a month later, I was summoned back to Japan. Not disclosing the parentage of the child, I couldn't obtain permission to take her with me. Ah. So in short, they couldn't do anything about it. I was completely at a loss. In the end, I had to ask my great friend. I asked him if he would be a father to her. And there we go. Took one look into my eyes and agreed to it on the spot. Mr. Sholmes. Heart of gold. Really, all that can be said that I did for the child was to give her a name. Iris. I was trying to escape from the grief of losing my darling wife. So it was her name I gave the little girl. In other words, Iris. Ayami Mikatoba. That's right, Ayami. Or in English, Iris. Iris. Oh my fucking god. Oh. Oh, it was his turn to be poked. Fellows, can you hear me? Mr. Sholmes, is that you?
Oh, yes, we can hear you.
You see what excessive tugging can do?
Let me listen to you. I wasn't able to thank you properly before, but you were simply marvelous. Checkmate move is a stroke of genius. Indeed it was, wasn't it? I surpassed myself, I feel. Apparent to me that to stop the Lord Chief Injustice requires such measures.
Iris! Oh shit! Oh shit, I love that! Fuck!
Oh, I do love the theme. Makes me feel like something big's gonna happen. Special blend was delicious. Oh, I'm sure she did. Well, no one brews a more delicious tea than you do, Iris. Let's have a party to celebrate, and Mr. Reaper, you certainly must come too. I'm afraid I couldn't. The Reaper of the Bailey, flustered by a 10-year-old girl. Again! No, really? Oh, poo. But I give you my word that I shall present myself at your residence in the near future to express my gratitude. He's going to try. You promise I won't let you forget. Bye for now, then. He generally couldn't. I think he generally had something else.
No! One final pitch goodbye, was it?
Well, let's wrap it up. And Zeeks, would you care to accompany me? Certainly. Oh, what's going on? Allow me once again to express my deep gratitude to you. I believe you saved my life. Oh no. Yes? What are you intending to do now? Oh, that's a good question. Well, clearly, I shall have to resign from the prosecutor's office. Oh no, not again! Publicize the full truth of the professor case. Once that's done, Zeke's family will be ostracized completely from London. Shit! Yeah, that's true. They're classed as killers. Free from my employment, I shall leave the capital. Oh, I see. You fool. Huh? Are those the actions of a man once feared as the mighty Reaper of the Bailey? I beg your pardon? For the past 10 years, you've endured that pseudonym and been cast as one of the Dark Forces yourself. Now that you've finally been freed from that well, I certainly never expected to hear those words from your lips. I waited a very long time to come to London. Now I'm properly here. I intend to learn all that I can. Anyway, goodbye for now, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Now they go. He's really matured suddenly. He's not the only one who's matured, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, I think we should make our way back to Baker Street. We must help Iris with tonight's dinner. Oh. It was then that I came to an important decision about my future. Oh yeah, the choice. Hey, the pheasant's back. Pheasant round 2. Fight.
Gina! God damn it!
Time you go in ages out. Gina! You got Toby? Oh my god, she's smiling. With that colorful piece of history. It's a party, isn't it? It's gotta go off with a bang. I mean, fireworks, ideally. You ain't got fire, smoke's the next best thing, ain't it? Well, I mean, there's a girl on Fresno Street who could help you with that, I think. Right, I'll remember that.
You don't have to reload that thing every time you speak.
Shit. I sure you do. Oh no. And the world famous great detective regaling his partner with a tale of his adventure. A sight to behold. Where do you suppose this fiendish runaway had to conceal himself? Do you believe? Inside the trunk I found abandoned in his cabin. I would believe it, yes. I say, Megatoba, I detect not a hint of surprise. I wonder why that is. Maybe because I was there at the scene as well, Jones. What? You what? Not quite the sign I was expecting. A wag eye. Finally back from the Bailey. Not a moment too soon. Feast prepared by Iris and Mr. Sada awaits. I must say I haven't seen Sada looking so happy in a long time. Oh. Oh, yeah, give Wagahai. Wagahai and Toby. Oh? Oh, she's going. Oh no! No! Well, the boss ain't around no more, so. Oh. Anyway, no matter how hard I try, that Reaper ain't never gonna accept me as a diver turned dick, is he?
I'm not gonna say a word.
Well, people can change, you know. Oh yes, that reminds me. I rather thoughtfully offered to relieve the Bailey of this now defunct piece of evidence. Gregson's watch. And Gregson's theme one last time. Symbol of his great achievement, Scotland Yard. For 10 years without fail, it measured every second of the man's remarkable career. But now it's stopped. Someone needs to keep the memory of Inspector Gregson's career alive. By taking on the great responsibility of winding that watch every day again. Fierce detective spirit. It's gotta be me, there, no one else. That's the spirit, Gina. The boss was... He was my boss. Go on, Gina. There's a smirk. Oh yeah, and I made you a promise and all, didn't I, Iris?
I'd become a proper detective one day and track down your old man. Oh! Alright then, it's decided. I'll do it.
Oh, God!
I'm not entirely sure that would be appropriate. Yeah, I think, Gina, it might be best to, well, I'd like you to forget. Huh? What? Iris? I wonder about who my real daddy is. Of course I have. I wanted to know where I've come from. I thought it might tell me something about myself. Trying to find out for so many people. Lily, Bruno, Professor Mickey. Oh no! Oh, he's Mickey. Oh. Decided to give up on it. Oh. My daddy is the greatest in the world. Don't think it matters what his name is or where he's from. Don't you agree? Oh. With every word, Iris. Oh. Oh my God. I think make it sober. I think that I ought to express my gratitude to you. For 6 years, you and I solved many mystery together. During that time, I remember countless expressions of gratitude for our good services. But a moment ago, I had the most pleasing expression of gratitude of them all. I should never have experienced that, were it not for you. You're softly shums. But I must confess, it's a weight off my mind to hear you say it. Well then, I think this calls for a lengthy violin recital, wouldn't you say? Oh, well, the food would go cold. That's the only problem. Maybe next week. Are you sure a week is long enough, Iris? Oh, don't change. Even amidst the most troubling of cases, even wheeling from the most shocking of revelations, turning the evening to the suit of rooms, there's always warmth and happiness to be had. The home of the world's greatest detective, my home too, and my greatest family. Don't think we've had the music transition before. It has been my home and office for almost a year now. I've certainly had some unforgivable experiences while I lived here. I think now the time has come. Oh, is he gonna... He's gonna go back home! Nikitoba. Are you alone? I didn't hear any sounds from Sasato's room. Yeah, went out after dinner. She took a carriage. Something about an important matter she needs to take care of. Oh, I see. I wanted to thank you for what you did earlier. What was I saying? The subject of her father came up. I had made up my mind many years ago never to tell her who her real father was. It's what was agreed with Genshin after all. Welcome Van Sykes' final wish before he died, you mean? Yes, I've had to talk. Just accept at times to protect that secret, you know. Calling Sasato back to Japan 6... What? When I read Saseki-san's report of his final days in London, my heart nearly stopped. You'd stumbled across the crew of that terrible case. The dog's collar. That's why it wasn't there. Description of the Baskerville insignia left me in no doubt. So that's the reason she went back. She was getting too close to the truth.
Seeing as sooner or later, you'd have made the connection to Van Seeks, and to make matters worse, Susanna knew of the unpublished story as well. The one-shot music? Hound of the Baskervilles. Exactly. It was a work of fiction, but based on the grim reality of a huge beast of a dog being used as a murder weapon. A dog with a Baskerville family emblem around its neck. Armed with those two clues, I feared you and Sasato might arrive at the truth. So I invented that story about having collapsed to justify her leaving London and return to Japan at once. All in aid of halting any investigation.
He didn't protect Iris.
He did it all to protect Iris. Is why Sasato came across that manuscript in Japan, though. You know, Iris is the Hound of the Baskerville story, I mean. Shona sent it to me. That was before Sasato left Japan. I'm troubled about what should be done about it, you see. I'd read it and carelessly left on my desk, which is where Sasato came across it, of course. And that explains it. It was just an oomph. The only case Jones and I pursued, I didn't record in meticulous detail. I was stunned when I discovered that young Iris had pieced together so much from the paltry notes.
Discuss the man at the same. Excuse me.
I'm going straight to bed after this. He did all that to stop Iris from finding out the truth about her father. That's right, because Sholmes has told me how astute she'd become. So the question is, should she know? I witnessed events in court today. I must say my opinion is somewhat shifted. Oh? I think at some point in the future, the time will come for us to know the truth. When it does, well, I believe it will be for the best. I think so too. Actually, Professor, I wanted to talk to you about something too. Judging from that expression, I'd say you've come to a decision, have you? What's he gonna do? He's gonna be returning. Shit. Oh, Iris and Sholmes aren't gonna like that. It's a substitute for Kazuma. But he's here in Britain now, as originally intended. A Lockham student, Naruhodo, doesn't really have a right to stay, I think. I see. Looking back now, when I first arrived here in February, Jesus Christ. My becoming a lawyer just seemed to be the way things turned out. With Kazuma, Sasada-san, and Mr. Sholmes all gently pushing me in that direction. And eventually it became this office. A year immersed in this world, but always aware of a seed of doubt inside me. Until today. Standing in that courtroom earlier, all doubts vanished from my mind. I was totally focused. I was sure of my belief in my client, and I was sure I could see the trial through. At the end of it, I finally realized no one else chose this path for me. I chose it myself. God bless it. The path of a defense lawyer, eh? Yes, that's what I am now. And that's what I'll be going back with you to Japan as. That's the path I'll be following for the rest of my life. Well, it sounds like you've made quite a resolution there. I have. Very well then. I must say, it's extremely welcome news. Make arrangements for you to return the first thing tomorrow, but I don't imagine we'll depart for a few days. Not with the Sipponism having been cancelled now, such a shame. Never mind, I'm sure there'll be other opportunities in the future. Well then, I'll bid you good night. So while he goes off to a hotel... Oh! Fuck!
Oh no.
Yep, Susato's overheard everything. She probably just overheard everything. Hear what your father and I were discussing? Oh. How much did you hear? Well, the part about Iris's real father, I think. In other words, from the beginning.
Fair enough.
You mind? Return to Japan and continue working as a defense lawyer? Yeah. I'm sorry. I really should have consulted you about it. I didn't want to early. Yeah, actually, but you'd already gone out. Oh no, that's quite alright. So, oh? You did? Oh. Sato? Son? Yes? Means it has to be farewell soon? Going forward. Oh. Assistant on his side. Wish I could say it, but I just can't. It's gotta come with me. After all, he was always supposed to be coming to Britain as Kazuma's assistant. Yeah, true, true. I think she knows it too. Sure, you must be exhausted after today. Oh yes, you're right. Let me just say one more time. I know we've got spending court today, so if you ask me, anyone who thinks of you as a substitute or a lock-em should be ashamed of themselves. Thank you. For goodness sake, just hug or kiss. Come on! Like it's obvious. Huh. Deja vu. So it was about 3 days later. Oh no, this is gonna be horrible. Oh. Have to come back and visit. Oh, definitely. How on earth would we ever forget this? Oh. Well, it was a very brief reunion, but it was a pleasure. It was a pleasure to pursue a case with you again after so long. For a while, at least, it felt like old times. Yes, I suppose on reflection, there's something to be said for it. Having a little fun once in a while. I'll just go and say goodbye to the professor as well, I think.
With the gun? Put the gun down! Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, not long left to go.
Susato-san.
Oh shit! Voice acting!
I've just checked, Naruhodo-san. Your luggage is already on board. Such a beautiful morning. Perfect for embarking on a journey, isn't it?
Before I set off, I'd just like to say how thankful I am for everything you've done for me. And give my warmest regards to Kazuma, please.
Actually, I think you ought to give him your regards in person, don't you?
Has Kazuma come to say?
Sorry? Ryonosuke.
Hey!
Kazuma! What are you doing here?
Well, this is like proper acting.
Do you really think I'd miss my best friend's departure?
Thanks.
I love that. Thanks.
To be honest, I'd been looking forward to our wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's capital. But,
Well, we'll have to save that for another time. Personally, I'm looking forward to facing you in court again.
Me too. But we're both defense lawyers, so
Is he staying prosecutor?
I'm going to become a prosecutor. I'll stay in Lord Van Zeek's tutelage for the time being, but before long, I intend to be just as formidable as the Reaper himself.
He's gonna come back as fuck. Oh, right, yeah, because of the volume on my TV. Sorry.
Oh, I see.
Sorry, everybody.
Actually, Ryunosuke, I have a favor to ask.
Name it.
I'd like you to take care of this for me for a while.
Karuma?
Karuma? Why?
Because I've seen it now. I've seen what's inside me. The demon that reared its ugly head that day. It was only for the briefest of moments. The last time I came face to face with that inspector, but it was unmistakable. I wanted to kill him. I've always known there are demons that live inside people. And now I know there is one in me. The fact that it very nearly consumed me is something I'll carry with me until the end of my days. While I devote my life to fighting those whose demons have got the better of them. As a prosecutor.
In short, he's basically doing a new lease of life.
So, that's what you've resolved to do, is it?
Until I'm ready to face the demon within me. To slay it once and for all.
That makes sense.
I leave this in your care. If you'll take it.
Of course I will. I'll keep it by my side. Always. Until we meet again, then. You have your path to follow, and I have mine.
Naruhodo-san?
Slayer of demons, I love it.
The path you're going to follow from now on,
No, is she?
I wonder if I might follow it at your side, and unless I'd be a burden.
What? I mean, I would very much like you to come with me. But aren't you?
I bet.
You're so predictable, Ryunosuke.
I think this is what that visitor was about when she went off.
I am?
Honestly, you never change at all. But that's what I like about you.
You mean you knew about this?
It was the evening after Lord Van Zeek's trial came to an end.
Knew it!
She came to see me at the prosecutor's office.
Really? Or when I had that conversation with Professor Mikotoba?
So, you'd go with Ryunosuke back to Japan?
Yes.
I would have liked if Van Zeeks was there at
I
least to
know
give
it's
a
unfair
message.
of me to follow my own interests like this.
Coming here especially to tell me. You're a stickler for etiquette, aren't you? Well, what are his feelings?
We've never discussed it, of course, and Naruhodo-san has made no such suggestion. I worry that perhaps I'd be a burden to him.
Oh,
He's just as much of a stickler for etiquette as you are. He'd never say anything before he was asked. But I'd feel happy knowing you were with him. Look out for him on my behalf, will you?
oh.
Of course.
I would have liked if Van Zeeks at least gave a little consideration.
Susato-san.
What do you think, Naruhodo-san?
With you by my side, no trial would seem too daunting.
Oh.
So if you're willing, I'd be honored if you'd come with me. Together we can take on the world.
I'm terribly incompetent, but if you'll have me,
Oh.
I'd be delighted.
Yeah, kiss, hug, do something.
Oh, no, not at all. If anyone's terribly incompetent, it's me. Ah!
What's wrong?
Your luggage, Susato-san. There's no time. The ship's going to set sail any minute now.
It's all right. There's no need to worry. As it happens, my luggage is already on board too.
They planned this. They fucking planned this.
It is?
Your fine judicial assistant has everything in hand as always, I see.
At least let the others have a moment.
Bruno, your ship's about to leave.
Oh, there's Iris.
Time to go then. Look after yourself.
Jeez, I'm
Ryunosuke.
really glad Del's not here for this, because this generally would have felt like me and her when it came to the airport every time.
Kazuma, draw your sword.
What? Hmm? Oh, promise at the dawn.
One day, when our paths cross, once more, we'll fight a duel of words across the courtroom. A day I eagerly await as a lawyer.
I've been waiting to hear you say that.
Partner. Don't forget me then, Kazuma.
As if I could. Ryunosuke.
And Mr. Sholmes, thank you so much. I'm very much
Aw.
indebted to you.
Indeed, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe you are.
I'll never forget all you've done for me during my time in London.
Quite. I should like to think you will remember your debt of gratitude. Especially when I visit you in your country. What? The truth is, although many are ignorant of the fact, the world is far smaller than most folk realize.
Well, I'd be delighted if you came to Japan one day.
Oh yes, we'd welcome you with open arms, Mr.
I would
Holmes.
love to see that. That could be the third game. The third game could be the other end of that. Sholmes coming over.
Oh, that sounds wonderful! I can't wait!
In that case, let us conclude that this is to be merely a brief parting, my dear fellows.
Yeah.
And that brings us to the end of my adventures in Great Britain. A peculiar twist of fate brought me halfway around the world those many months ago. But that was just the start of my journey. Who knows
Maybe
where
we should
fate
have
will
split
lead me
this up.
next. Still, I'm confident this won't be my last meeting with the friends I've made in London. And when we're together again, no doubt the first words I'll hear will be,
Come, the game is afoot.
Come, the game's afoot.
The ship, with our friends from the east, sailed steadily towards the distant horizon. But Sholmes' face was alight with joy.
The times may change, but a steadfast friendship will remain true, Wilson. We have but to gently close our eyes, and we are with our companions once more.
Iris.
So, I do just that. And when I do,
I can hear his strong, familiar voice ring out.
Objection!
Until we meet again, Bruno.
Iris gets the last words.
God damn it, Shugo!
Oh yeah, she is the writer. Oh, end of the cutscene, yeah.
Yeah, agreed. We have electrical goods. I wanted the promised close court secrecy. Anyway, I've decided an absence from London is in order. A sojourn in distant climes. The Empire of Japan, perhaps? I understand that wardrobe class incurs no charge whatsoever. Oh, Sholmes, don't ever change. Right. Where do we put this? And it just said, "Thank you for everything, Daddy." It made Hurley cry. I gave him some lotion I invented as well to dye his hair red safely. But he said that might make him cry too, so he'd rather not use it. Oh, Iris. Yeah, I agree, Cop. This was a great series. I'm just so upset I didn't try the patched dub of this the entire time. I'm glad I did. I'm glad I picked this up. Once unable to bear the burden of that grim pseudonym, I even retired from the courtroom. Despite everything, I still wear your prosecutor's badge with pride. This beset me is no more, as you too are no more. To be a foreign friend of mine, I must stride forward toward a brighter future. Good luck, Van Six. Hey, I've loved every minute, and I hope you guys have had too. Doobie! I read every letter now, A to Z. Good on you, Gina. It's cleared a load of stuff up. The boss was trying to protect me, see? And that's exactly what me and Chief Inspector Toby are gonna do for Londoners. Oh, Gina. Good on you, girl. Hey, I've enjoyed every minute. My reactions, the thinking, working with you guys. I think I... Gregson! Might be a diver at heart, but it's a good heart. You've reminded me I need to be true to myself. Got one more job to take care of before it's ta-ta to London town for the foreseeable. And then, I've got to complete your education in the art of detection a la Gregson, as they say. Oh, he generally was looking out for her. Cheers, Gregson. It's been fun. Pain! Missed your foreign affairs. Oh. Wait, what? Judge Cat! Defensive cat. Oh! Engage the services of a regular legal team. So what's next? I don't know. But I think we can agree, if we can say the truth with this, I have loved every minute of playing this game. All of the bits, all around. Oh! Corpses. Yes, they are. Fish corpses on the whole. I'd like to hone my own filleting skills. You don't mind, do you, Mama? Yes, I do. I'm not a corpse yet, am I? No. And I'm glad. Oh, God bless her. Placing this, I haven't thought about that yet. You got busted. Yeah, I only just noticed that. You got wrecked again. We'll see how this little bit goes before I give my opinion. Hairbrain! Station of my dear old university friend. He sent me a very nice letter saying he'd like to show me around now that everything was settled. But what have I done? I was so excited I picked this splendid hotel and now I can't afford the bill. Oh, Bannock! Come to my rescue again, please! I wish I could just manage into the air sometimes! Oh, Zero Script Trilogy. No! I am not playing that! No, I do. Oh, to spell. Question of the killer in the cemetery. I realized what had happened. But even in the witness stand of the highest court in the land, I could never speak of it. The Lord Chief Justice and I struck a bargain, you see. For a faithful reproduction of the visage, there's nothing we two spells would not do. God damn it! No, to spell. Should have known. No, I cannot handle butterfly effect games. Anything with a make a choice a character can die, I hate that. Oh, Vigil! See a junkie bit passes by, you know. Oh! Salad the spaghetti is more the red hair than the red hair. Everyone, they call me. No, I cannot do it! This is ridiculous. Oh, Daily, how charming. God damn it. When we're released, we're all going to strike it rich together. Well, at least they have a chance. There you go. Yeah, I'm aware. That would involve multiple routes, multiple playthroughs. No. Kazuma! I knew exactly what path I had to take, and however it might have ended, I knew that I wanted you there to see it. Ended up in the dark. There's no one I would have rather defending me. But now, thanks to you, there's a new path I want to take. I'm sure we'll meet again in the courtroom, my friend. Until then, I leave Karuma in your care. I think we could be this was the best. I will stand by this statement. I think this second game was absolutely amazing. I couldn't fault this game in the slightest. Although I'll admit, the one thing... Yeah. I'll admit... Oh yeah. A great Ace Attorney. But I think we can all agree, I'll just say this right now. I'm fine with what the game was giving us. I did feel, though, honestly, the truth of the matter is... Wagahai! Pussycat! Photocat! That's a great picture. I like that one. Is this... Oh, a credit screen. Okay. And filled in. Oh yeah, he said he would fill it in when he was turning his... That's right. I forgot that. Okay. Final thoughts before we wrap this up. I think I will stand that I think the second game of this series was great fun. I think karma makes sense. Yeah, I'm familiar a bit with that. Oh, that fucker. I liked him. He's the one who got chucked. But I think I will say it like this. The second game, I think, did a lot better with this. Overall, the whole game was fun. It gave that sense of an Ace Attorney game that I missed in occasions.
The plot twists, the stuff you do and don't see coming, the things you piece together, those three things work with the story. The other bit is it gives you those characters. It gives you those moments. It gives you those feelings where you look at these characters and you go, they are more than a polygon. They are an absolute treat to enjoy. Poke. Waka high! But what I will at least say is everything was fun. The courtrooms were fun. I only have 2 complaints overall. Just 2. The first, the voice acting could be a little better in places. I think it's fine for some of them, but I think I'll admit Naruhodo was a bit off. Susato was a tiny bit off in my view, but not to the point of where it was degrading. But I think they could have been done a whole lot better. Yes, the shouts could have been more epic. The second thing is I felt the Sholmes' bits, they felt a bit easy because the game handheld you. You know, because it had you and Susato talking about the bit. It kind of took away those moments. You know, Tubi! Hey, Mikatoba, Show's doing the dance, yes! I love it! I love it! I love it! Waka high with her too! Oh, Goku. Yeah, that was at least I'll give the one with Mikatoba was at least good. That was a proper one. But I wish it didn't handhold too much. I did feel it overdid it on the Sholmes' bits with that. I mean, I'm fine with how it did it. I'm perfectly acceptable that this could be everyone's first attorney game, and they want to warm them in, and they don't want people to strain their hair looking at it. But let's put it this way. The very first one in the first game, and the first one in this game, the second of the attorney one here, are fine. They are necessary, because you don't know who's joining in the game. Somebody could be joining the second game without playing the first. Some could be playing the first for the first time. You don't know. So I think a little hand-holding for those is fine, but not the whole case is through. But overall, I generally love the whole of the characters in this game. You love the characters you play, you love the characters you meet. There are a few exceptions where they weren't as great in places, but overall, I think if I had to give this game a score, I would give this game an 8 out of 10. That's just my true honesty. But you could have your own... Oh, wow. Yeah! Risen Resolve! And if I've done this right... Platinum! Yes, that's why I couldn't fault this game in its writing. It was fun. Gripping, funny, challenging, and just made you fall in love with it. You loved the characters you play, and you hated the characters you wanted to hate. There were some characters that did feel a bit left field, but you know what? Yeah. In the end, Strongheart wasn't a typical villain. He generally just wanted to do things for the sake of justice. He wasn't trying to be a jerk, he just... Yeah. He felt he had to go higher to stop the crime. And he didn't care how he got up there. There are those that are great when they do that, but that's fine. But overall, what do you guys think? Was this game the best of the entire Ace Attorney games that has ever come out? Is there some bits that you could have done differently? Or is this game turned out to be the biggest flop you've ever seen? At the end of the day, you all have your opinions, and I respect them. As I say before, 8 out of 10 for this game. It's just the hand-holding for the Sherlock Holmes bits and the character voice acting. That's essentially the two I have there. Other than that, everything else has been fun. I would say it'd be high 8, low 9. And I think I would have to say the second game of the two of this series was so good. But overall, we've done it. We have 100%ed this entire game. So, I gotta do one thing. Playing this game. I made bonus. Accolades. There they are. Every single one of them. It was so fun. I'm not gonna lie. I enjoyed every minute of this. But I think it's only fair. Let's put them back in their normal clothes before we wrap it up. But with that said, that's all for tonight. So, what's taking this game's place?
I have no idea. I have not thought about it.
I have thought it was going to be the Dynasty Wars game, but I'm doing a little bit more research into the one before I do it. Because I'm doing a playthrough of Dynasty Warriors 7 Empires with fans, friends, and people I know as the warriors in question. There may be some room for some of us if you're still wanting to join in. Maybe. If there isn't, don't be too disheartened. But otherwise, I hope you'll come and join in the ride and be like this before. 6 hours we have streamed the ending of this case. I don't think I've ever dedicated myself to a stream till 1 in the morning like this before. But that's why we wrap it up. So, everyone, to those of you who came by to the episodes, whether for one or for the whole set, thank you. Seriously, thank you so much. It's been fun. I am sorry I had a little mini spoiler that falsified evidence and blackmail. True, that's still crimes at the end. But with that said, we'll see what's coming up. But know that tomorrow, it's later today technically because it's Sunday now, we'll see if I do anything else or whether I take a nice day off. But no, Monday, we are heading back to Monu. And we'll see how our fighters will get out of the situation that they're in. But until then, everybody, if you were charged with joy with the stream, be sure and hit subscribe or follow wherever you're watching us. It has been an absolute blast. Thank you again to all of you. It's been great fun. I can't believe I actually have to say this again. I have a chance when I finish a game, and I gotta say it. We're gonna close the chapter on this one. So, let's pull the plug on this one. I think we've reached its limit. But what's being plugged in next? Well, tune in to find out. Until then, everyone, if you were charged with joy with this stream, sure and hit subscribe or follow. You know, I've said it before. And until then, guys, I'm going to bed. It has been a pleasure. And thank you to all of you. And also, if any of you guys were playing this game and were way ahead of me by the time at this point, thank you to all of you who kept quiet. Especially you, Red Cinder. Thank you. You actually kept quiet on a few occasions, so thank you, dude. But other than that, this is Brownie of the Joy Charge Gamers, closing the chapter on the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. So until then, everybody, stay charged, catch you all later, And of course, goodbye.